Recording in progress. Hello.
It's a song too, but it's also
Uh,
slur.
9 o'clock. Yeah. Welcome everybody to the meeting, City Council in Richmond. This is open session before closed session, so please, Madam Clerk, call.
Okay. Councilmember Bonner is absent. Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Here.
Councilmember Robinson is absent. Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda. Here. And Mayor Martinez is absent.
Here.
Yeah, you got in the record. We know you are here.
Did I call you? I'm sorry. Councilmember Zepeda? Yeah. I did call, okay. All right. Oh, okay, okay. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is liability claims. Claimant Carmen Santana, claimant Harbor Gate Partners LP, claimant Terminal 1 Development LLC. Item C2, conference with labor negotiators. Agency representatives Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021 full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Item C3, conference with real property negotiators. Property is located at 1689 Regatta Boulevard. Agency negotiators Nanette Beecham and Ann Lamphar. Negotiating parties, Dicon Fiber Optics, Inc., and under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. Item C4 is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Winehaven versus City of Richmond. We do have requests to address the council. Is it just one? Cordell Hindler, you'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
Yes, so good afternoon, Vice Mayor Jimenez, Council. I got two things to say, and I'm gonna keep them at a minute apiece. So think about the unions. They have worked very hard to make our city great, because we're getting close to the holidays. So when you go into closed session, think about all the hard work that these organizations have done for our city. Good Lord. Okay, second thing is Winehaven. Every time I hear that something very controversial, it's like, God, good Lord. Hold on. It, okay, so, okay, is that clear? Is that clear now? Okay, so what was I saying? Oh yeah, every time I hear about the stories of Winehaven, it's like it's such in bad condition. So when you go into to closed session, think about what I just said about Winehaven. It used to be a beautiful site, but now it looks like who would have thought? So I'll just leave it at that.
And that was our only speaker.
Okay, open session is closed. Let's go to closed session. Thank you. Sohela and Cesar. And yeah. Uh, Please, we want to start the meeting, so if the city council can come and sit, that will be great. Thank you. Welcome everybody to the open session of the Richmond City Council. I will be chairing this meeting today as vice mayor because our Mayor
Housing Authority.
Martinez is on a conference, I believe, or is it?
It's the housing.
Okay, but okay. So we are going to start the housing authority before the open session of the city council.
Start with the pledge.
Please, let's do the pledge.
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Uh-oh, I did the wrong one.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, and good night. Please, Madam Claire, call.
Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Here.
Commissioner Willis,
Here.
Commissioner Cepeda,
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott,
Here.
and Vice Chair Jimenez.
Presente.
Our next item, statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Next, we'll have a report from the Executive Director.
KCRT, can you please bring up the slide for the director's report? Good evening, buenas noches. My name is Gavin Arredondo, Interim Richmond Housing Authority Executive Director. Next slide. We're happy to report some exciting updates regarding the Eastern Village request for proposals. We received multiple proposals that are currently being reviewed by staff and the committee, and we hope to bring to the board a recommended developer at the end of November, beginning of December. Our second update is that the Richmond Village RAD application has been submitted to HUD. We have gone back and forth with them about 3 times, which is another FARS deliverable that we had to do as part of our repositioning. And so that's also looking well. So that has been submitted and is being reviewed right now under HUD. And the last item for update is our funding from HUD for the Richmond Housing Authority is in the calendar year. So last Friday, we were able to submit on time our calculations for next year's operating subsidy. And so I'd like to thank all the staff that supported in that endeavor. And that's it for my updates. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Our next item under the Housing Authority is agenda review.
There is any speakers or for that?
No, we're under agenda review, so we don't
Okay.
have any changes to the Housing Authority agenda. So our next item would be approval of the Housing Authority consent calendar.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second it.
Okay. Please call.
That was a motion by Commissioner Willis, second by Lieutenant Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Bonner,
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Willis,
Yes.
Commissioner Cepeda,
Yes.
Chair Jimenez,
Yes.
and Lieutenant Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. Our next item, hold on one second. It's the Richmond Housing Authority. It's a public hearing, and it's item M1. It's to hold a public hearing to adopt a resolution approving the Richmond Housing Authority, RHA, annual plan and authorize submission of the proposed annual plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD.
Thank you. We have the staff report.
Yes, KCRT, can you please bring up the item? So every year, as part of being a PHA, a public housing authority, next slide, we have to turn in an annual plan. Last year, we also did the same. For this year, there's no change, but we still have to turn it in, so I will be giving a high-level update. Next page. Part of the annual plan, once it's approved by the board, we submit it also with our operating subsidy request. It's another requirement that we need to do to show what we are going to be doing in the financial year. And it also gives an update on the progress that we've been doing related to our FARS agreement, which we also add as an attachment to the annual plan. Next slide. As part of notifying the public and engagement, we begin with the Housing Advisory Commission to be able to give feedback. We started the discussion in March 11th to give some feedback. We also had to notice this in the West County Times, which is September. We did that on September 2nd. We also had a dedicated website with background information for people to submit comments. And also, we had a hard copy at the desk at the Richmond Housing Authority in case anybody needed to have a copy. And for the commissioners, we were able to print that out and also submit it to them. Next slide. So like I mentioned before, we really have no changes from previous year. Our main activities for the year is what I mentioned before. In Eastern Village is to select the developer, also review the RFPs, which we have already started. And also for Richmond Village was to submit that disposition application and then begin the transition of the funding for Richmond Village to project-based Section 8, which would increase the funding for their operating subsidy. So those are some of the two main goals that we talk about in the annual plan. And we also provided an update on the FARS implementation. The main comment we had from our housing advisory was to include more information related to the housing need of Richmond residents in general. There's a section that asks for that background information. So we used the 2020-2025 consolidation plan of Contra Costa County, and we also included sections of our housing element related to housing need from page 17 and 18 of that report. Next slide. So the recommended action today is to hold a public hearing, which we have done so far, and adopt a resolution approving the Richmond Housing Authority annual plan and authorize submission of the proposed plan to HUD. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. So now the public hearing is now open.
We do have one speaker in person. If there's anyone that's joining us online and you'd like to speak under the Richmond Housing Authority, item M1, and that's the annual plan, Housing Authority annual plan, please raise your hand at this time. Our in-person speaker is Cordell Handler. You'll have 3 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. So good evening, Vice Chair Jimenez, commissioners. I looked at the annual plan and I don't have no problems with it. So can you please approve it as presented by staff? And that's it.
We have one speaker online.
Okay, I have Jesse Turan. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, hi. My name is Jessie Turan, and I am a homeless resident of Richmond, California, former resident of the Ryden Road homeless encampment. So I'm glad to hear that there's some plan for housing or, hopefully to address homelessness. But I would like to point out that a lot of the plans for housing are stupidly expensive and do not adequately meet the needs of the homeless. Meanwhile, I don't even know how many thousands of dollars are being wasted on transitional solutions. I know that, probably close to $15,000 has been wasted on my husband and I on motel rooms, and we just transitioned back out onto the street. We're just two people. The Motel 6 renovation That proposes to spend close to $20 million to house 40 people. 20 million for the purpose of housing 40 people with insufficient parking in tiny little studio apartments. Okay, that is a crazy way to spend money. And I know that 10 million of that is given, is a grant, but 10 million of that comes from the Richmond Fund too. And this is it's an insult to taxpayers and it's an insult to the homeless. If I send you out with a $100 bill to get milk and bread and you come back and don't bring me any change and you say, oh, that's just what things cost now, I'm going to have some doubts about that. It does not cost $20 million to house 40 people. Okay, we have about 700 homeless people in Richmond. Okay, you should be able to house every single homeless person in Richmond in a trailer at a trailer park permanently for that much money. The amount of money that is being wasted right now or just spent unwisely, I don't know what's happening to it, but you should be keeping track of this money because this is the money that we have to house the homeless. And you're cheating everyone. You're cheating us and you're cheating the taxpayers. And the situation is not improving. This is on you guys and the city manager. Okay, you have a lot of money coming in. Do something with it. That's your job. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was the last speaker.
Okay, now the public hearing is closed. Any clarification or any questions for staff? No? Okay. So I will need a motion to approve this item.
I'll make the motion to approve the resolution.
I'll second it.
I just want to ask the maker of the motion if it's to adopt the resolution and authorize the submission of the annual plan to HUD.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And who
Please.
made the second?
It was
me.
Council Cepeda.
Commissioner Bonner?
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin?
Yes.
Commissioner Willis?
Yes.
Commissioner Zepeda?
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Jimenez?
Yes.
The motion passes with Commissioner Robinson and Chair Martinez absent.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we are moving to our open session for the Richmond City Council, and I will be the chair of this meeting since our Mayor Martinez is not attending this meeting today. Madam Clerk, can you call?
Yes. With roll call, Councilmember Bonner?
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Here.
Councilmember Willis?
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Here.
And Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Presente.
For the record, Councilmember Robinson and Mayor Martinez will be absent the entire meeting.
Okay, so now are we going to move to?
Statement of conflict of interest, are there any?
Yes, I have to recuse myself from consent calendar item V2A. My employer has been collaborating with the city to apply for a community change grant, and I need to recuse myself from that item as a result.
That was V like Victor to?
Yeah,
A?
Victor to Adam.
Okay. Okay. Any other statements of conflict of interest?
No.
Our next item is agenda review, and we have a correction to the term date in item V4A. The term date currently reads, let's see, the effective date of this contract is 11/1/2024 and terminates on 12/30/2025, but the correct termination date is June 30th of 2025. Also, there was a request to remove item V6C, and I'm not sure if that request still remains.
I think the request is to make a change, so maybe city
There was a-
manager, if
Okay,
you
there
can-
was a request to change the amount to not exceed 150,000, from 500,000 to 150,000.
Okay.
And
Who made the request?
Staff.
Staff.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
And I wanted to request that we move up X4 to be the first item we hear under study and action session. I know there's some community members here who are going to comment on that, and currently X4 is the last item on the agenda.
Which one is it?
The update on the race equity plan. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
And then Councilmember Cepeda wants to move B to B, the proclamation recognizing Transgender Day of Remembrance 2024, before open forum to do the proclamation.
So item V2B, currently on the consent calendar, is being removed from the consent calendar to be heard directly following the report from the city manager.
Yes.
Okay.
May
Gail, Councilmember McLaughlin.
I just want to ask the city attorney, I touched on this, I just touched on this with your city manager before the meeting, but since item W1 was Councilmember Robinson's item, is there a staff member able to frame and present that item?
We're checking on that right now.
Okay.
The person will probably need to join via Zoom, but we believe that will be the case.
Okay.
And if
Thank
not, then when we get to it, we'll ask for it to be moved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bana.
I understand the request about moving X4 to an earlier time, but the presenter for item X1 has come a long way to present, and it's going to be a short presentation, so I would appreciate if it stays in its place and X4 moves after that.
Okay, that is okay for me.
Thank you.
And we will ask the presenters to be succinct, and the council also to be succinct? Yes. Okay. Okay.
So the order is X1 and then
X4.
X4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I need a motion to.
No, we good.
Oh, no, not right now.
Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, on the closed session agenda, the items under C1, which were two workers' compensation claims, those items were discussed and direction was given to the negotiators. With respect to C2, which was labor negotiations, that item was also reviewed as to the status. There was no reportable action taken. With respect to C3, which was real property negotiations involving the property at 1689 Regatta Boulevard, which is the police lease item. The status of those negotiations was discussed, and the negotiators were directed to further the negotiations. And finally, with respect to the Winehaven, With regards to the C4, the Winehaven item involving the litigation, discussion was given on the status of the litigation. I skipped over the third item under C1, which was the Terminal 1 real property and liability claims. That item was not discussed and deferred to another time. That's the closed session report.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay, we move to the next item.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
KCRT, can you please put up the PowerPoint? Good evening, Vice Mayor Jimenez and members of the City Council, Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. I wanted to start this evening with a brief explanation about this photo. So this photo was taken last week at the California League of Cities meeting. I was there with Mayor Martinez, Vice Mayor Jimenez, and Council Member Zepeda and Deputy Finance Director Mubin Carter. And I thought it would be really an appropriate time for me to thank the City Council for your leadership and on policy matters, and to also commend our amazing city staff. When I was at the California League of Cities, it was very apparent to me, and I'm sure the council members can share in the sentiment, that Richmond is doing absolutely amazing work. I do not recall another city there that is tackling the host of issues that we are head on, ranging from the development citywide. We have over 4,000, nearly 4,000 affordable housing units. We've reduced our unhoused population by 25% according to the point in time count from Contra Costa County. We've been recognized by Governor Newsom and received ERF funds, emergency abatement funds for 1, 2, and 3. And we have a home key grant that is going to be coming to fruition here at the Motel 6. We've launched the Community Crisis Response Program. We have a mobile vendor program, and we're preparing for our next fire academy. And those are just some of the top line highlights. Next slide, please. Next slide. And so just by way of background, you know, from time to time, we have people call in and they ask questions like, oh, what's happening with certain funds? And so I thought this would also be a good time to articulate to the council, because the funds that we have been receiving from the encampment resolution round 1, we were able to successfully address this site on Castro, and 84% of those who were involved received stabilized housing. They were also a number of people who were able to receive vouchers. Next slide. For Encampment Resolution 2 funds, this grant award from the state of California was $8.6 million. And again, this approach first focused on housing first. And providing rental subsidies to 25 Castro residents. And the encampments that were addressed were at Hoffman, Seaport, and near the Richmond Greenway, where the target is located. And that was a combined effort with BART and Caltrans. And so that is also one of the sites that we continue to need to address, but it's very important to us that we make our retail centers attractive for patrons, and so you're going to see some additional work happening near Target. Next slide. Recently, we were awarded an additional $9.3 million from the state of California, again, utilizing their criteria for these grant funds, and working to with our LEAP program and Richmond Works, as well as a number of nonprofits. We know that LEAP and Richmond Works do amazing work in our community, and they are recognized as national best practices. The goal here is to increase literacy and to focus on job training to make sure that people have pathways to employment. And again, want to thank the City Council's leadership and also thank all of the city staff that have been involved in leading this work. Director Velasco, Jesus, Michelle Milam, and a number of other city staff that have worked collaboratively to push this work forward with Contra Costa County and various community-based organizations. Next slide. Also, I want to make sure that everyone is aware that to build new affordable housing in Richmond, in the Bay Area now, it's between $700,000 and $900,000 per unit. So although $14 million for this award is a significant amount of money, it would be in excess of $34 million if we were to try to build 48 units of housing. And this award also includes the permanent supportive housing piece, which means that there will be services on site that provide direct services to the residents. And we anticipate that's going to come online in summer of 2024. Next slide. Everyone is welcome to come out to the mobile vendor program. The ribbon cutting is on October 24th at 12 noon. Would like to thank all of the city staff and economic development and public works that have been involved with this effort. It's turning out to be a great event, and we're going to keep making the site beautiful with planters and painting and things like that. So really hope everyone can come join the Richmond Farmers Market downtown. So now this is the third location where you can enjoy the farmers market in Richmond. Next slide. One of the things that we're also focused on is improving the built environment. We have a new team member that's heading up that's leading our parks and abatement teams, Wade, who was here last week. And so we've deployed a new right-of-way crew, and you can see this is the work that's getting started along McDonald Avenue. We're also going to be making improvements at Central, near Costco, and then we will, once those two sites are done, there's areas also that we want to address on San Pablo and Cutting Boulevard, and those are just where we're getting started. If anyone is curious about the abatement and park schedules, they're available online on the city's website from the Public Works link. Feel free to call the office at 510-620-6512 if you have any questions or would like assistance navigating to the website for the schedule in your neighborhood. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. It's great to hear all these improvements. So if anybody has a question, Councilmember Bana.
Thank you, City Manager, for an excellent report and excellent job. I really appreciate it. I have a quick question regarding dangerous trees that are concerned to public safety. A neighbor of mine on a main road wrote to me, and I forwarded to you, about a tree that's about to fall. It's in city property, and she's very concerned. City staff have been there, looked at it, and said they would remove it. However, it's over a month and nothing has happened.
I believe Daniel Chavarria, the Director of Public Works, will follow up with you directly regarding the timeline for the schedule to address the tree.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And you said the homeless population has been reduced by 25%. Could you elaborate on that?
The data source that that the cities in Contra Costa County use to count the unhoused population is the point-in-time survey. So annually, city staff such as Michelle Milam and others assist Contra Costa Health Services and work with local community-based organizations and volunteers, and they go out in our community and they assist in counting the unhoused population. We also had a significant increase as a result of COVID, and so it was a significant increase, the largest that I'd ever seen in Richmond. And so to have this 25% decrease, I think is a significant accomplishment and is a result of the investments that the City Council has made in creating the housing division and also with the grants that have come in. I understand that, and we were discussing this today, that unfortunately, in previous times, there would be neighborhoods where people who may not have had a place to live, where they could go and seek some shelter in abandoned homes. There's no longer abandoned homes in our community. And so we are working aggressively with GRIP and SOS and a number of other nonprofits to continue, as well as Contra Costa County and the Contra Costa County Housing Authority, to try to address our unhoused population, but we have to work collaboratively with the state because we can't do it alone.
I understand and I appreciate that, but you know that the point-in-time data is not accurate because
Ri-
some
ri-
encampments are not visible. So
I understand that that's your perspective, and I don't think it's appropriate for me to debate the merits of that. I just want to make sure that the residents know that that's the data that we utilize, that's the acceptable data source that we have. It might not be perfect, I'm not saying that it is, but it is the data that is utilized and for federal and state grants, and I really want to thank staff for all of their hard work to achieve that outcome.
thank you. Maybe we can discuss better, more accurate data, especially with Oakland and Berkeley being tough on their homeless encampments. We want to make sure that we won't be responsible for their share.
Yeah,
Thank
city
you.
staff, yes, we follow the policy direction of the city council. So if the city council, wants to change policy direction, we're happy to do that. But we have very clear, the city council has adopted the homelessness, that we have a strategic plan that we're working to implement that the city council approved. And so we as staff are trying to be as supportive as possible and implement the direction of the council.
Thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yeah, I just want to echo what Councilmember Bono was saying. The point in time, every city knows that the point in time count, in fact, the county knows that the point in time count is inaccurate. It's only one day that they go around and count any visible places they can find. The more accurate count is, I believe the point in time count was under 1,000. I don't remember how much, but the actual count that service providers have done by going into these places that are hard to see and hard to find because they often do. I remember was Councilmember Robinson's mother, who was very much an advocate and probably still is for the unhoused, would always talk about them being in places that they don't want to be seen. They want some privacy. They don't want to be have to deal with people telling them to move all the time, so they try and hide. But the count that service providers have come up with for Richmond is 1,700. So it's quite a bit larger. So, and not to say that staff isn't doing great work, but we do need some new models put in place, and we can talk about that later. But thank you, City Manager, for the report on everything. The city is doing good work. I agree.
Can I just
Sure. Go ahead, Councilmember Cepeda.
thank you, Ms. Vice Mayor? Do I want to call you now? And Ms. Curl, thank you for the report. And I do want to echo what you mentioned earlier as well, sitting down with Cal Cities and other cities, and not to brag on my own city, but it was great because they were all talking about Richmond and going, how did you guys do that? Can we talk? And the presentation by Vice Mayor Jimenez, people were wondering, like, you guys did that? How do we get to do it? So it was really great feeling to hear that we are setting a great example, because I remember many, many, many years ago, it was, oh, we don't want to be like you. And now they want to be like Richmond. They want to see what we have done to make sure that we continue moving our community forward in all many fronts. And a lot of that is my colleagues' great work in the past here and the staff as well. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I just wanted to end saying, we know that unhoused issues are real. We are not trying to put it under the table. And what this council has been doing is providing and putting money into that. So we know, like other cities in Contra Costa County are just trying to resolve that with the money that or the allocation from the county. We here recognize that that is a big issue that we need to resolve, and we have been proactive, putting money and pushing this city council, pushing city staff and community to make sure that we really put more money. And still there is more money that we need to put into this. But I'm glad that we are moving with the Motel 6, that we are having more money to do more, because we recognize the problem and we don't want to kind of cover it up. But I feel like just looking at other cities, Richmond has been done much better than other cities like Oakland or other cities that are there. So
I just want to say that I don't think we have been doing better than most cities. I think we have been doing better than some cities. But a lot of cities have transitional villages up already. We haven't had the ability to get one yet, although I hope we do. And that was part of the council's goals, and it is in the strategic plan. So we need to work on that, and I will be bringing a presentation to the council soon to kind of move it forward. That isn't to say that what we have been doing, isn't good. I'm glad people get to stay in a motel, especially when the weather is a problem, that it gets them out of the rain, or, that will be coming, or out of the heat that was. But I'm just saying that we need some real solutions that will move people, and I'll be talking to a reporter about this who's very interested in this, to really move people into interim villages where they can totally spend a year, 2 years, however long is needed to get their lives on track in a community setting. And I think that's in line with, and I think the Home Key project will be another community-based project that will serve the unhoused.
yeah, so we are moving, and I agree with you, and we need to have many solutions. But I think like the conversion of Motel 6 in a permanent housing is a way to go to have more of that. We want to have some transitional housing, but we need more permanent housing. So thank you so much, and we will move on.
Our next item is item B2B. It's a proclamation recognizing Transgender Day of Remembrance 2024 that honors the memory of those whose lives were lost in acts of anti-transgender violence, and to continue to invest in efforts to promote acceptance and to end violence towards transgender individuals. If there's anyone that signed up for this, to speak on this item under open forum, can you please come forward and let us know? If there's anyone online that would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
Thank you. All right. Good evening. Come on up. Coming up. Coming up. Want to squish mine that way? Tyler, we're going to come on the other side. Still, we move out the way. All right. We're going to do electronic versus paper this time around. So I'm going to read the proclamation recognizing Transgender Day of Remembrance, and this will tell you a little bit more about what it is, and thank you for our LGBTQI community for being here to receive it. So whereas Transgender Day of Remembrance is an annual event that began in 1999 with a vigil honoring the memory of Rita Heister, a transgender woman who was killed in the year prior, and honors the memory of those whose lives were lost in acts of anti-transgender violence. It consists of a reading of the names of transgender people who died from October 1st of the former year to September 30th of the current year, and may include candlelight vigils, dedicated church services, marches, art shows, food drives, and film screenings, and, help me read it?
Where did you leave off at?
The second whereas.
Okay. Whereas the LGBTQ plus community suffers from unacceptable acts of hatred and violence. More specifically, transgender and gender nonconforming people experience higher rates of violence and abuse as compared to cisgender or non-transgender individuals. And whereas...
Want to read one?
Sure. Third.
Yeah, this is heavy.
Whereas the City of Richmond must work to end the stigma, racism, transphobia, sexism, biphobia, and homophobia that hurt and harm transgender and gender nonconforming individuals. Together, we must reject hate, cultivate acceptance, and end the stigma for transgender individuals who want to live as their most authentic self. And who's next on the tab? Here you go. It's just the last word as.
Whereas we are proud of the existing protections that we have in place for transgender individuals, we must continue to invest in efforts that allow transgender individuals to pursue their lives free from discrimination in the San Francisco Bay Area. We must reaffirm our commitment to ongoing efforts to promote acceptance and to end violence towards transgender individuals in Richmond.
This one's got your name on it. It's got your name.
And then it will say, and now therefore be it resolved, and I'm going to make a quick change, that our Richmond City Council recognize Transgender Day of Remembrance and retrospectively honors all the transgender people whose lives were lost this past year, and encourage our community to promote acceptance, equity, inclusion, and safety for transgender individuals. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll get you a piece of copy of it. Anything else you guys want to say?
Well, my name is Jan Purcell. I am the president of Richmond Rainbow Pride. And we have been celebrating the Transgender Day of Remembrance now since pre-COVID, I think 5 years now. And this year, as every year, we always want to make sure that we're honoring all of the people whose lives have been lost. In particular, within the globe, we have lost 403 individuals, over half of which, 325, were directly from violence. Here in America, just alone, 62 of those, 38 from violence. We need to be building a community that is tolerant and that is accepting and that is embracing of people of all their individual characteristics that make them the wonderful part of this tapestry of Richmond. Any council members? Okay.
On behalf of Rainbow Pride, thank you to the council for this proclamation. It means a great deal to us.
Thank you all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
We have one in-person speaker. Mark Wasberg.
Medical expert says you will live and die as the same gender. You cannot change your DNA, your fingerprints, or your bone mass. Bruce Jenner will always be Bruce Jenner. Chastity Bono will always be Chastity Bono. These transgenders are living a lie and a fraud. The reason why they're being attacked is because our society will never accept them as the norm. When you end up putting pornography in children's libraries, what these transgenders are doing, they're raping children from their true identities. This is one of the most sickening things that the human being could ever do. And you people have the nerve to come up here and support this. The reason why they're killing each other because what they're doing is morally wrong, and everybody knows it. You got to fix the clock.
Keep going.
Morally wrong. I mean, this is the most sickening thing that anybody can do. And look at this idiot over here. She has her back towards me. That's fine. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the public. And I don't see how in the world that you people could support this stuff. You people got to be sick out of your head. Any parent will be scared to live here in Richmond after what the city council is sponsoring. That's right, Caesar. You're raping children from their true identities. This is the most sickening, immoral thing that anybody can do. Our world was founded on religious law. This is why we have laws protecting young children from this pornography. You got to read the stuff. They're polluting the schools, turn them into transgenders and homosexuals and lesbians. The only problem is they do not produce offspring. It's just amazing how anybody could just go ahead and tell little Mary Jane to cut off her breasts and little Johnny to cut off his penis and testicles, just to make you sick people happy. You need to Don't vote for these people. They're going to rape your children. That's what they're going to do. This is what they want. They want every child in Richmond to be homosexuals and lesbians and trans. They just proved it. You got to be sick. I tell you, if I had a child, I will move out of Richmond because you wait. They're going to keep on sponsoring this stuff and they're going to rape your children. It's just amazing how stupid you people are, could put these people into office. Don't vote for them because you're going to make a big mistake by supporting this stuff. I mean, this is sick, people. You people have no guilt. You have no shame. You have no morality. This is what our world was founded under. And this is why these homosexuals are killing each other, transgenders, because what they're doing is morally wrong.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
And
Your
I
time
just
is
wanted to
expired.
say I'm sorry, all the city residents who had to hear these homophobic comments. So, go ahead. Is there any?
Our next, well, I'm sorry, we do have online speakers. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, I have 5 speakers. I have BK Williams, Yanni Garcia, Jesse Turan, Nadine A, and Jim Becker. BK Williams, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
My name is BK Williams, and I am a member of Richmond Rainbow Pride. I raised 2 children in the city of Richmond, and they are healthy children. They are now adults and they are functioning just like they should, and they were raised by a queer mother. I want to say that the ignorance kills. LGBTQ folks don't kill. It's not what we do. But the ignorance that I hear time after time, that kills. That brings violence against the LGBTQ community, and that violence is what kills. I made a film a few years ago, and one of the things that a young queer person said to me after they viewed the film was that they had never been told that God loves them in their lives before they heard Reverend Kamal Hassan tell them that God loves them. God is not against the LGBTQ community. Ignorance is against the community. I thank Richmond for celebrating this particular day. There are trans people who have died because of violence. Many have died because of ignorance. And I appreciate the fact that I live in Richmond and it is not a homophobic city. It is a forward-facing community. And I thank Richmond Rainbow Pride for standing tall. And I thank our council members for supporting the community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Yanni Garcia. Yanni, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, everyone. This message will repeat in English if time's allowed, but I found important that I say this in Spanish. En todas nuestras comunidades hay personas trans que aún no se sienten seguras, que siguen enfrentando la discriminación, la invisibilización, la desaprobación, la violencia, el rechazo, incluso algunos los han matado por causa de la transfobia. La transfobia también puede provocar depresión, problemas con el consumo de drogas, autolesiones y suicidio. Es algo súper importante que nuestra comunidad latina empiece a reconocer que en nuestras familias hay personas que quieren ser así y que no son personas malas. Es importante que en nuestra comunidad las personas que sigan apoyando y luchen para que nuestros amigos trans y los de género y no binarios y todos se sientan incluidos. Tenemos que crear comunidades más seguras e inclusivas que acojan a todas nuestras personas trans y a todos los de nuestra comunidad. No podemos detenernos hasta que esto suceda, así que gracias a los concejales de la ciudad de Richmond por poner esta proclamación, porque ustedes están ayudando a que nuestras comunidades trans y otros se sientan seguros. In summary, what I just said in Spanish was that I'm happy that I'm sorry, I don't have any more time. So, or do I?
Yes,
Okay,
you do.
that I'm just happy.
Keep
Okay,
going.
I'm just happy that the city council put forward this proclamation because a lot of people in our trans community still don't feel safe. I specifically feel strong about it in the Latino community because there's still a lot of strong beliefs, and they deserve to be safe. They deserve to be okay. We deserve to live our lives to the fullest. So I'm fully in support of this proclamation, and I thank the city council for putting it forward. Thank you.
Jesse, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
So I wasn't going to speak on this topic, but I just had to follow up Mark's comments. I believe that all gender identification is bullshit. All gender. It's just trappings. It's all exterior. It's show. And if trans people want to identify with another gender, that's their truth. It's not deception. They're just being who they are. If a man, if someone who was born with a penis wants to wear a dress, so what? It has nothing to do with my life. It's their lives. As far as they're raping children, are you kidding me? Need I point out that straight white men tend to rape a lot more people than any other group of people? They, trans people create fewer crimes than anyone. Just let them be. You cannot imagine how hard their lives are. You cannot imagine. It takes so much courage for these people to be who they are. Just let them be. Keep them safe. It is the job of government to protect our most vulnerable citizens. And trans people are our most vulnerable citizens. A lot of times they're isolated from their families, from their communities. People are scared of them. They're villainizing them for no reason whatsoever. And if they're reaching out to the children, it's because they don't want the next generation to grow up with hate in their hearts. I don't either. I think most of us don't. So whether or not you believe in transsexualism, have some compassion for the vulnerable. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nadine A. Nadine, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nadine Argueza. I am a Richmond resident. I want to take a moment to denounce the hateful and uneducated comments from a previous speaker. Such rhetoric has no place in our community, especially when discussing the lives and rights of our family, friends, and transgender neighbors. Everyone has value, and it's essential we show respect and dignity for all. It's also important to remember that the first step towards fascism is dehumanization. When we strip people of their humanity, we open the door to oppression. To the transgender community, we see you, we support you, and you're valued. Thank you.
Jim Becker, you're unmuted.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Jim Becker. I'm the President and CEO of the Richmond Community Foundation. I want to thank you for issuing this proclamation and tell you how much it means not only to RCF, but to our employees and the people we serve in the community. When Richmond Rainbow Pride approached us to be their new fiscal sponsor, we immediately said yes, because this is about compassion, this is about equity, and this is about love. And I'm embarrassed that we have people in our community that have so much hate for people who are different from themselves. So, to the council, to the members of Richmond Rainbow Pride, love and blessings. Thank you.
Thank you, and there are no more public speakers.
Thank you. And now we are going to open forum.
This open forum is a chance for the public to give comments on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. And as a reminder, item V2B, we just heard. And item V6C, and that is the resolution to approve a contract with Four Leaf, has been removed from the consent calendar. You have to wait for that item to come forward. All right. Please keep your comments respectful.
No,
Right, Nick?
I think like B6C, it wasn't removed from the consent calendar, it was changed.
Okay,
The
so it was not
amount.
removed.
It
Okay.
wasn't not removed, it was
Very
just
good.
changed the amount up to 150,000.
Thank you. Very good.
Not to exceed 150,000.
Not to exceed 550,
No.
I believe. No?
150,000.
Oh, okay, okay, that's what it's supposed to say. Is that right?
This is what it changed, 150. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
you. So we have 8 speakers in person. If you'd like to address the council under open forum,
And
and you're
please keep
joining
your
us online,
comments, please keep your comments respectful.
yes, please keep your comments respectful. If you're joining us online and you'd like to speak under open forum, please raise your hand at this time. And as I call your name, please come forward. Just line up behind the speaker's podium. Cordell Hindler, Antoine Clord, Eric Lerner, Blanca Ratano, Zaneta Gomez, Ann Horton, Sohila Bana, Jamin Purcell, and Rosie Rendon.
Oh, good. That's the order.
You'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
Thank you.
Cordell?
That's me. So, good evening, Vice Mayor Jimenez, council. I was watching the last council meeting last month, and I was completely surprised because going through all those items, it's like, this is too much. We had 2 very controversial items because of the smoker and up and under, and it's like, it is unacceptable. We're trying to get the meetings done like in a timely manner. That's one. And then the second issue is that, let me reiterate my comments from last week. I was going to go to the Chamber Gala 2 weeks ago, but I was like, I do support the businesses. You trying to bring some business to Richmond, and you didn't attend the galas? To me, that's a slap in the face. To me, I have been a supporter of businesses ever since it came to Richmond. And I'm hoping that in the future, whenever the new council comes on, that they will attend these galas, because it means a lot to the Rosies for your attendance. One of them was like over 90 years of age, and I'm like, this is remarkable. And I'm hoping that in the future that things need to be, that when these galas comes up again, everyone should be coming. That's all I have to say. So Antoine, it's all yours.
Antoine Clord?
You know, sometimes I come up here and I have my set things I want to talk about. It always get just switched up. Mark, man, you need to go home somewhere with all that, man. This Richmond, California, man, we changing every day, bro. And if you can't get him in change, just leave. Just breathe. If you don't like how the situation of communities are changing, and the diversity is how they're changing, we all have a choice. That's what I got to say about it. So, but I come to tell, I'm going to say this to the city manager. I gave some plans to housing, your housing developers. And you quoted in your report that they're going to charge you $170,000 a piece to build a house. My friends can build them for $69,000 a house. Fire retardant, waterproof, and bulletproof. So y'all need to come see me so I can introduce you to these people, so we can get some of these people housed, and they can put their houses up in 6 months, key turn ready. And it ain't wood. And it's guaranteed by the state of the quality of the product. It is all green. Once you put a solar on top of that house, it's 100% green. And so that's where you got to move to the future. You got to get away from this wood. It costs you too much to build it. That's where that money comes in. You got to look at how they're charging us. You got to get away from that green product and get into the green product. It's cheaper, more efficient, and more safer. And so if the city needs to come see me, I can hook you up. My friend is the vice president of the company. And they finished to do all of Florida with this product, all of New Orleans with the product. They got water problems. You know what I mean? So if the product floods, you just take a power washer, rinse it out, and move right back in it. Can't you, I mean, it's a win-win situation for our community. We've been waiting for 11th and McDonald and 12th and McDonald to get built for how long? And it's still empty. And this product, you can go up 5 stories with it. It's already proven. The company is called Giga Creek. So y'all need to write that down, look into the product, and if y'all want to talk to the people, call me. Y'all have my number. Thank you.
Eric Lerner. He'll be followed by Blanca Ratano.
Good evening. My name's Eric Lerner. I work with ACE as the statewide climate justice director. I also wanted to condemn the hateful rhetoric we heard earlier, but I'm here this evening to urge you to support the project labor agreement with the Contra Costa Building and Construction Trades Council for all construction performed for the neighborhood scale building decarbonization project. ACE has been working tirelessly on this project for over a year. We have knocked on hundreds of doors and have had over 1,000 conversations with community members. We conducted a town hall meeting about the health impacts of climate change with a lens on the harm that gas stoves is having on our children. As you know, in homes with gas stoves, there is a 42% increased likelihood of children suffering from asthma. We've supported the city's application to the EPA for a community change grant to help fund the project, and I'm proud to report that yesterday, with the help of ACE, California Senator LaFonza Butler reached out to the EPA to endorse the city's grant application. We strongly support a project labor agreement because we believe workers should have a voice on the job. Workers should have meaningful mechanisms to address grievances and disputes without fear of retaliation. Workers should receive decent pay. Workers should have access to affordable health insurance. And workers should receive comprehensive training in order to perform their work with pride and with top-notch quality. A project labor agreement between the city and Contra Costa Building and Construction Council is a win for the community, workers, and the city of Richmond. Thank you.
Blanca Ratano. Okay, so you're going to have translation. So I'm going to give you 4 minutes total.
Hola, mi nombre es Blanca Retano y soy miembro de ACED y residente de Richmond. Y estoy aquí en esta tarde para pedirle que apoye de acuerdo laboral del proyecto con el Consejo de Oficios de Construcción y Edificación de Contracosta para el proyecto de descarbonización del vecindario.
Hi, good evening. My name is Blanca Retano. I live in Richmond. I'm an ACE member, and I'm a resident of Richmond, and I'm here to ask you this evening to support the project labor agreement with the Contra Costa Building Construction Trades Council for the Neighborhood Decarbonization Project.
A menudo escuchamos historias sobre trabajadores que se aprovechan y maltratan Los ejemplos incluyen trabajadores a los que no se les paga el salario y que les promete, trabajadores que no reciben el pago adecuado por las horas extras, trabajadores que se ven obligados a trabajar sin descansar, trabajadores que se ven obligados a trabajar incluso están enfermos y lesionados.
Also, we hear often all these stories about workers being taken advantage and mistreated. Examples include workers not being paid the wages they promised, workers not receiving proper compensation over time, workers being forced to work if they are ill or injured.
El Consejo de los Oficios de Construcción y Edificación de Contracosta se asegura de que estas cosas no le sucedan a sus miembros. Por eso, el instinto que apoya a la ciudad de Richmond a la negociación de acuerdo laboral para el proyecto. Muchas gracias.
So Contra Costa Building and Construction Trades Council will ensure these things don't happen to their members. That's why I urge you to support the City of Richmond negotiation project labor agreement. Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Our next speaker is Zenaida Gomez.
Hola, mi nombre es Zenaida Gómez, soy miembro de ACE y residente de Richmond y estoy aquí esta tarde para pedirles que apoyen un acuerdo laboral de proyecto con el Consejo de Oficios de Construcción y Edificación de Contracosta para el proyecto de descarbonización del vecindario.
So my name is Gomez, and I'm a member of ACE, and I'm a resident of Richmond, and I'm here to support the project labor agreement with Contra Costa Building Construction Trades Council for the Neighborhood Descarbonization Project.
A menudo escuchamos historias sobre trabajadores que se aprovechan y maltratan. Los ejemplos incluyen trabajadores a los que no se les pagan el salario que se les prometió, trabajadores que no reciben las compensaciones adecuadas por las horas extras, trabajadores que se ven obligados a trabajar si están enfermos o lesionados.
And I also going to repeat what my other member told you. We often hear stories about workers being taken advantage and mistreated. Examples about workers not being paid their wages they were promised, workers not receiving proper compensation for overtime, and workers being forced to work even if they are ill and injured.
El Consejo de Oficios de Construcción y Edificación de Contracosta se asegurará de que estas cosas no le sucedan a sus miembros. Por eso les instruyo que apoyen a la ciudad en la negociación de un acuerdo laboral para el proyecto.
So the Contra Costa Building Construction Trades Council will ensure these things won't happen to their members, and we urge you to support the City of Richmond negotiation project labor agreement. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg. He'll be followed by Ann Horton.
Man tells me to get out of Richmond. Yeah, right. He's making $100,000 a year because he's banging the city attorney in Oakland. So on to Israel. Israel's kicking ass, beating everybody up. All this ceasefire ain't nothing but a joke. Israel just killed one of the main conspirators of October 7th. Little country like Israel beating everybody up. Just goes to show how worthless these people are. And now they're going to go after Iran. You wait till Trump gets into office, he's going to blow the hell out of Iran. Ain't going to be nothing left. I said, we're going to take their oil. Probably just turn them all into born-again Christians. That's what needs to be done. We did the same thing to the Japanese, did the same thing to the Germans. We got rid of their God, their emperors, their dictators. That's what needs to be done. And all you stupid people that stood by the Iranian flag, supporting hate and terrorism, then you stood with the BLM burning down the United States. Then you got endorsed by the Communist Party. Willis and Jimenez was it the Democratic Social of America? Go ahead and Google it. It's a socialist communist party. That's what it is. Oh, by the way, they're throwing people off of buildings because Iran does not like homosexuals. That's why they throw them off the buildings. Yeah, and I laughed at that one queer that jumped off the bridge years ago because he committed suicide because he kissed another man. Now you know why these people are dying, because they don't belong in our world.
Your time is
Your
up.
time is... Ann
sorry.
Horton. Ann Horton.
That was a lot. Hi, good evening. My name is Ann Norton, and I'm a lifelong resident of the Bay Area who's recently moved to beautiful Richmond. I'm here today to inform you of an incident that took place on July 1st involving the Richmond PD. On the morning of, my mayor alerted me that the police were outside with a helicopter and a drone. I spoke to an officer who told me that there was an armed, violent terrorist on the loose in our neighborhood. He provided no further instruction as police from 3 other agencies flooded our block. Shortly later, 2 officers arrived on my porch, banging on the door. I opened to see that one is armed with his finger on the trigger of an assault weapon pointing into my backyard. Both were very escalated and screaming. After searching, they left without notifying me of the outcome. At this point, the neighborhood is completely blocked off with armed police, dozens of vehicles, and people gathering in the street. We're all terrified. There is more to this story, but for the sake of time, know that this event went on for over 6 hours, ultimately ending with my neighbors being the one to find the man that they were searching for, who turned out to be unarmed and none of the things the police claimed, and he had the canine dog sicked on him. Again, no follow-up from Richmond PD to this day. No information has been shared with us. Instead of making us safe that day, as they claimed to do, Richmond PD did the exact opposite and put us in danger. This is not new. This happens regularly throughout our city, and Richmond PD's reckless and violent behavior is well known, especially among my Black, brown, unhoused, and working class neighbors. What happened that day makes it very clear.
Your time has expired, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jamin Purcell.
Richmond Rainbow Pride has been around for 10 years, and we acknowledge the Transgender Day of Remembrance for only the last 5. But the reason why we were created was because of hatred being spewed in the city chambers. And in fact, the person that was saying it earlier was in fact the same person saying it then. That's right. Yeah, and nothing brings people together more than wanting to stand against something they see vile within their community, like hate speech. And hate speech is what brought me for the first time into these chambers, and when it was being addressed towards Javanka Beckles, and will continue to bring me here until there is hatred speech driven out from these chambers. There is no place for it in our community, in our city. But we have to look at those people who bring hate speech as the things that sharpen us against and create more vigilance against hate. Look at them as the thing that we realize there is still more work to be done within our community. And I want to say thank you to all of the speakers who spoke up in favor of the resolution. I really want to say that the passion and the amount of people has been growing every year, from attending our prides in June to being able to denounce hate speech within these chambers. And I'm very proud of my city. And I want to thank the City Council, and I want to thank the city staff as well, who have supported us through the years and will continue to support us as we unite the community. Thank you.
Rosie Reardon. Rosie?
Hello, City Council. My name is Rosie, and I'm a trans adult here that lives in District 6. I'm a homeowner on Ohlone land. I'm coming as an angry and frustrated resident who sees the system of our city failing our residents when it comes to public safety. Richmond's public safety model should protect all residents, and our current model does not reflect that. Our police system is not meeting us where we need them to be, and they're going unchecked when it comes to the discipline for officers who act in misconduct. This is not about defunding. This is not about defunding the police system, despite the mailers that are going out to residents in D6 with lies paid by the RPOA, misleading our residents and creating a tear in our community. When we are asking for officers that act in misconduct to be held accountable and for our city to invest in systems that could prevent crime from happening, like the Community Crisis Response Program or our Community Police Review Commission. Instead, us residents are being divided and the harm is still happening to our residents. How many more people are going to have to go through traumatizing and life-altering events like Kwesi Gus, who was assaulted by Sergeant Kane, PD Perez, who was murdered by a RPD officer, my sister, who was neglected, my wife, who was affected, my father-in-law, who was racially profiled when he was dead, and Anne, who just shared her story, for this city to finally do something that is long-lasting and impacts our city in a positive way for all residents. This is about making sure that we understand that we, the community, are asking for transparency, an independent oversight body for our Community Police Review Commission. We don't need officers investigating other officers, and we don't want our names to be displayed when we have a complaint about an officer. We need to protect our community by investing in our community. Thank you for your time.
Our last in-person speaker will be Sohila Bana.
Thank you very much. I would like to inform everyone that I was in Japan during vacation. I was very impressed by the great food and clean streets. Interestingly, they have no trash can on the streets or public places. Still, the streets are very clean. They have beautiful trees, and I hope our city hires more arborists so we can have beautiful green areas as well. I have two announcements. I don't see the PD Press family here tonight. I hope everything's well with them. They are planning a street sign unveiling on Saturday, October 26th at 1:30 p.m. on Spring Street, which is going to be renamed PD Press Street. Please join us if you can. Also, I would like to inform you that Richmond Gun Violence Reduction Initiative is partnering with Silence the Violence to create a safety stakeholder association. Each one of us, residents of Richmond, are a stakeholder for enhancing public safety and reducing gun violence. So I invite every one of you, especially community advocates, business owners, community-based organizations, civil servants to join us. The meeting is a public Zoom meeting tomorrow evening at 6 p.m. Please email me if you need the link to the Zoom meeting. I put it on social media. I'll be happy to email it to you. I hope you can join us. We're going to discuss what it means to be a stakeholder for safety in Richmond. And we're going to have a conference or a summit in June, early June, on how to reduce gun violence. We need to hear from everyone, so we're going to be planning that as well. Thank you very much.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers, and we currently have 3 speakers.
Okay, I have Jesse Turan, Yanni Garcia, and Tim Frank. Jesse Turan, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay, so once again, I'm Jessie Turan. I am a homeless resident of Richmond, California. First of all, let me just condemn everything that Mark said that was absolutely vile. It was an insult to me as a Jewish person. It was an insult to Palestinians. It was an insult to trans people. You name it. It was just insulting and hateful. Secondly, I'm very worried about what's going to happen to myself and to the other homeless people in Richmond, especially if Prop 36 passes. Already with Gavin Newsom's declaration, we're totally vulnerable. We can be attacked by law enforcement at any time. We have no protections anymore. And it's very scary. As far as housing development costing $700,000 per unit, there was a gentleman who just stood up and said that he knows people who do housing development who can get things done for a lot less than that. So when you claim that housing development costs that much per unit, that's because of permits and, bureaucratic fees, all of which the city controls. All the city has to do is waive those fees, and it would cost a lot less. So don't put it, don't claim that the reason why y'all haven't built housing for us is because it costs too much. You're the ones who are deciding how much it costs. There's a company called Boxed that Elon Musk lives in one of their $10,000 homes. That's all. All that needs to be done is land apportioned. Stop putting it off, please, and just come through. It's a trailer, mobile homes. They're already built. They don't cost that much, and you
Your time
already
has
have the
expired.
land.
Thank you. The next speaker is Yanni Garcia. Yanni, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, everyone. This message again will repeat in English if time permits. Razones para las que es importante votar. Si ya está pensando votar o no sabe, es muy importante que usted exprese su opinión votando. Su voto influye en las políticas que nuestra comunidad va a vivir. También hace que nuestros líderes rindan cuentas en las cosas que han prometido y también promueve el cambio para que podamos proteger la democracia. Aparte que ustedes pueden ser los que representan a nuestra comunidad y al mayoreo y también influye en los asuntos locales en nuestra comunidad. Aparte de que podemos sentirnos felices de poder apoyar al deber cívico y honrar a la historia de aquellos que han peleado tanto para que podamos tener el derecho a votar. Así que, por favor, ayúdenos a construir un futuro mejor y salga a votar si no lo ha hecho. Deme su boleta. Yo la lleno, aparte que es una ley y derecho al votante que si usted no, quiere darle la boleta a alguien para que se la lleve, la podemos llevar. El hecho es que usted salga y vote. And basically, in summary, what I said was reasons why it's important to vote. We are voicing our opinion, we're shaping public policy. Actually, our vote influences the policies that will govern our community. We're able to hold our leaders accountable. We can promote change, protect democratic processes, represent our community. When people talk about, oh, well, what's a community? Well, let's get them out to vote. This is the way that we can say, this is our community that's coming out. So influence local matters and support our civic duty and also honor our history. There was a lot of us ancestors that weren't able to vote before, and in honor of their history, we're able to do so now. Some of y'all, not me yet, but in a little bit I will. But please, if you're all about building a better future for us and our community, please come out and vote. Whichever way you do, just come out, exercise your right to vote, and make sure that your vote matters in this election, locally and everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tim Frank. Tim, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. And can you hear me?
Yes.
Terrific. Well, let me begin by saying thank you very much for the city staff who have worked. And I'm commenting on item V2B, which is the project labor agreement for the neighborhood scale building decarbonization project. And the fact that we're actually considering this is a product of the terrific work that the staff has done in preparing the grant application for the underlying neighborhood scale building decarbonization project, which I can tell you that the Building and Construction Trades Council of Contra Costa County is thrilled to support. And we will greatly appreciate the work that council members McLaughlin and Robinson have done in championing this project and in supporting the adoption of a project labor agreement to cover this, to ensure that we're not only decarbonizing homes, but doing what we can to create good middle-class employment for Richmond residents and to train the building decarb workforce of tomorrow that will be needed to continue this process until we get all the way to net zero, so that we can actually have a planet that is safe from climate change. So I greatly appreciate your support for this item and would commend all those who've helped bring us to the point where we are today. Thanks.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay,
Our next item is the approval of the consent calendar.
so we need a motion to approve the consent
I'll
calendar.
move the consent calendar with any changes that were made initially. I know Councilmember Willis is recusing himself on
Item V2A.
A2A, is it? Yeah.
V2A.
V2A.
And then item V2B, we heard that
And we
separately.
heard that, yeah. So I move the remainder of the consent calendar.
I'll second it.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes on everything but V2A.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Robinson and Mayor Martinez absent.
Thank you. We are moving to public hearings.
Item W1?
W1,
Yes. Item W1, pursuant to public notice, it's time to hold a public hearing to rename Virginia Play Lot to Flora Evans Park and waive cost recovery fees.
Deputy City Manager White is able to join us online.
Hi, good evening, everyone. LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager for Community Services. I am at a conference in Louisiana, so I'm unable to have my camera on at the moment, so I apologize for that. But on behalf of Councilmember Robinson, I would like to frame this item. So the family of Ms. Floria Evans submitted an application to the Recreation and Parks Commission on April 2nd, 2024, to change the name of the Virginia Play Lot to a Floria Evans Park. The park is located at South 18th Street at Virginia Avenue. A Google Map is attached to the item. Mrs. Evans is a neighborhood hero who helped to raise and care for dozens of children who grew up in that neighborhood. She was a mentor and a neighborhood icon. Her home is adjacent to the park, and she resided there for 65 years. Ms. Evans did unfortunately pass away, and I believe this is an opportunity to honor her name, her legacy, and the work she did in Richmond on behalf of her family as well as the community. On October 1st, 2024, the City Council adopted a resolution of intent to rename the Virginia Play Lot to Floria Evans Park to commemorate Mrs. Evans' longstanding dedication to the neighborhood. So this is a public hearing to rename the play lot and waive any cost recovery fees associated with that. Thank you.
thank you. So now the public hearing is open. We have any information?
Okay, we have speakers. We have 6 speakers. When I call your name, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes to address the council. Speakers are Antoine Claude, Cordell Hindler, Miranda Walker, Curtis Evans, Luther Evans, and Caritha Walker.
Yeah, my name is Antoine Cloyd, a longtime Richmond resident, South Side, AKA Main Line, as we call it. When you talk about Miss Evans, you got to understand the crack epidemic and how it affected our community in Richmond. You got to understand how it affected when we had the fascist war in Richmond and how prayer works. I'm going to say it again. Prayer works. Miss Evans was a prayer warrior. She was a community person. She loved everybody in the community. She would have food for you. She didn't care about your condition or your position. She just saw something in you that knew that you was better than what you was doing. And she would always check you. Sometimes a good checking is better than a good correcting. You know what I mean? Because you can be out there doing just as bad as you want, but you see Mother Evans, she going to smile at you. And she going to say, baby, I'm going to pray for you. Because she already knew you was out there doing wrong. You know what I mean? And so when it came to me personally, when I changed my life, because I was one of the baddest dudes in Richmond, Y'all better check my pedigree, right? And for 35 years, I was out there on that dope for real. And it was Miss Evans, when I changed my life, became one of my greatest supporters. And every time I would go by her house, she said, baby, I was watching you on city council. You was telling them like it is. And sometimes you need somebody to push you on, you know what I mean? Somebody with the elders to push you on forward so you know that you're doing the right thing. And somebody watching you that had legacy here. She was a cook. She had a restaurant. She came down south with her family. She had a husband, a family, and all of them wasn't good neither. I ain't gonna lie, but trust me, they changed. You know what I mean? And they're positive, productive members of society. We're a community. You know, that community love that we had on the south side was based on certain families that lived there. They were big families. We wasn't having no 1 or 2 kids. They had like 9, 10, 12, 14 kids. Y'all can't even take care of one now. But they had large families, and we depended on each other. You know, we depended on when our father wasn't there, when some women's husband wasn't there, it was another man being that mentor to that child. You know what I mean? You know, regentification hurt Richmond. Y'all just don't see the effect that it hurts, but this right here is to me, it's a Band-Aid, because we have more heroes here than what y'all will ever see. But Miss Evans was a true hero. She was a shero to us on the south side of Richmond. And so, you know, just to know that everybody is somebody. And the worst person that you will ever see can be the best person that you ever meet. And all you got to do is let them be themselves and not judge them and not point your finger at them, because when you point your finger at one person, you got 3 pointing back at you. And that's what them old folks taught us. Be true to yourself, believe in God, and do the best you can. Thank you.
Cordell Hindler.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Jimenez, Council. Wow, Antoine really tell it like it is. I was like, how can I top that? And I'm like, whoa, because everything he just said was absolutely true. Mrs. Evans was a true hero of Richmond. So after I've been hearing all the stories about her, I'm like, I'm just amazed for words. So I'm like, I'm thinking that this park should be named in her honor, and I'll just leave it as is. So I'm in support of this, so I'm just leave it as is.
Our next speaker is Miranda Walker, followed by Curtis Evans.
Good evening, everyone. Vice Mayor, City Council. My name is Miranda Walker, and Flora Evans was my grandmother. And I just remember going to her house almost every day after school, and my mother would help her with my grandfather because he was sick at the time. And basically, I grew up down there, and I learned a lot from my grandmother. She taught me about what it took to be a woman. She taught me about morals. She taught me about spirituality. And she taught me just how to be a good person. And I would love if you would go ahead and approve this park to be in her honor. We used to go to that park every day after work. I mean, every day after school, excuse me. Me and all my, well, school is work, but after we would go to the park every day and play. And it would bring things full circle if you would please honor her by renaming the park. Flora Evans, thank you so much.
Curtis Evans. Curtis Evans, followed by Luther Evans.
Good evening, Councilor, and to the mayor here. Sit in for the mayor. My name is Curtis Evans. My first time being able to speak here, but I am Flora Evans' oldest son at the moment. My mother was all those things that they said, but she was never given the credit. She took in homeless, underprivileged, raised them right there with us on 18th Street. And I don't know if you guys have seen little kids walking down the street holding onto the rope. Have you seen that? My mother started that without getting credit for it. She would get my brother, walk him to the corner, She'd pick up one from the left here, one from the right. Then she'd come over and she'd pick up two brothers in the same house, so she'd walk them around the corner there. And how did I know this? Because at the time I was at Country Coster myself, you know how that is, up and down. And I said, Mother, you want me to do it? She said, no, I'm going to do it. But my mother would, that was her care and loving that she put into the kids. And she did this for years and years. And as the time grew on and on, I used to walk to church with my mother and my father every Sunday. We would go by the park and go around the corner to the church. Yes, my mother was, I'm not going to say, she was just, I'm not going to, I'm trying to get teared up here. But my mother was, so, she was just, meant the world to me. And as I sit here now thinking about, I didn't get a chance to come to the council meetings before when my brother started this. Because as the oldest, I adopted so much from my mother. I became a hairstylist, flying all around the country. After I became a chef, I'm located in Albany, on the corner of Masonic, where she and my father, after getting started there, they made it possible for me to be there. And I've been there now for 50 years as a chef. As I graduated from Contra Costa, and I went to Oakland, they was waiting for me to get there. But watching my mother in the kitchen as she prepared food for different individuals, and she became legendary in preparing food and giving it to food. And today, I'm the chef at the restaurant. But my mother would be honored to have that park named after her. And I hope that you guys cast your votes and voted for her. And in the meantime, come over to the restaurant and all. Lizzie's Cajun Cafe on the corner.
Your time is expired, sir.
Please come over there.
Our next speaker is Luther Evans, followed by Caretha Walker, and that will be our last in-person speaker. If there's anyone that is joining us online, you would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Luther Evans.
Hi. Hello this evening, council. I hope this is my last time, but I know it's going to be a good time because I have a question for everybody on the panel, basically everybody in this room. Do you know somebody that was 106 years old? I say 105 because she died 60 days before she turned 106. She was 105. She died June 10th. Her birthday is August the 10th. She would have been 106. Do anybody in this room know anybody that's alive at 105? I live with one. And here's her oldest son right there. And I'm her youngest son. And there's more brothers and sisters in here, but it is what it is. So I'm expecting this to be a good thing. I have all faith in it. It's like my Christmas is here now, so I'm good. I gotta go.
Caretha Walker.
Good evening. My name is Caretha Walker, and I'm here to talk about my mother. And as my daughter stated, we spent many days at my mom's house. I was helping her take care of my dad. And I just really hope that the park goes well for her. I think she would appreciate that because she always made sure that the kids went to the park, played. As my brother stated, my mother would have been 106 on August the 10th. But she has a sister who is 103. She is a Rosie the Riveter. She's still alive. And as a matter of fact, there's longevity in that family. There was 9 kids. 7 of those kids lived to be over 101. Wow. So just saying that, we do have a legacy. We live in Richmond. We support Richmond. We do a lot of things in Richmond. The neighbors are all for the park being named after my mom. And we're just hoping that this thing will be pushed through and that she will be memorialized the way she should have been through the city of Richmond, to say that this is what Richmond did for one of their residents that are over 100 years old. And people can say, oh, they do stuff for their elders. They do stuff for their people that are over 100. They recognize them. They give them the knowledge or whatever that they deserve for being that age. Because some of us may not even reach 101. Some of us may not even reach 90, 80. But to be 106, and like my aunt's 103, and she is a resident of Richmond, that would be really something special. So, thank you.
And that was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. And we have one speaker.
Okay, I have Yenny Garcia. Yenny, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, everyone. I just want to speak on this beautiful legacy that Mother Evans is living and has left. She not only fed some people, she fed a lot of us in the city of Richmond. She was deeply rooted, and these are the ancestors our kids should be looking up to. I remember being young and coming over to CJ's and getting fed by Charles and the whole family, you know. And so when you have grown up in the city of Richmond since you've been 6 years old and have heard about Mother Evans' legacy and their children and the children after, this is exactly what we need to leave for our kids to see and follow. And so I urge the city council to make sure that this happens and that the park is renamed after her legacy and all the love that her family continues till this day to live for our city. So thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, thank you so much. Now the public hearing is closed. Any comments or any questions from City Council? Council Member Willis, Council Member Cepeda.
Yeah, I'm just going to make the motion to rename Virginia Play Lot to Floria Evans Park.
I second that. Council Member Cepeda, and then Council Member McLaughlin.
I want to thank the family and friends and loved ones that are here today. And it is great to hear of her age, but I want to let you know that my vote has nothing to do with her age, but the time that she spent giving of herself to the community. That's what gives her this importance of this park. Because someone could live 105, 106, 107, or 90 and never really change someone's lives. And it sounds like she spent her life making sure that everyone else's was going to be better. So my vote is a yes on that, and it's because of what she gave to our community. So thank you all.
Thank you. Council Member McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to thank everybody for speaking in favor of renaming this play lot to Floria Evans Park. And I want to mention, I know Councilmember Robinson worked hard at getting this to us all. She couldn't be here today, but I want to thank her for her work and her understanding. She said something that should resonate with us all, I think probably does, in that too often, streets or parks or bridges or whatever are named after, famous people or so-called, famous important people. But the real important people are the people in our community that work day by day to be community leaders and to make a difference. And Ms. Evans obviously was one of those people. And so I am so grateful that we're going to take action on this tonight, and I fully support it.
Thank you so much to everybody, and thank you for the family to be here. And I hope that is not the last time you are here, because we need your advocacy to make Richmond better. I think like this is one piece of what we can do here to engage the community, and I thank all the family, but I also thanks Councilmember Robinson for engaging all of you in this beautiful action that the city is going to do. I hope, like we all, I think like we are going to vote yes, and I hope to see you here to continue that advocacy to make Richmond better. So it's not going to be your last time here, okay? So I will need a vote, we already, so let's call for the vote.
Councilmember Bonner?
I would like to thank everyone who came. My vote is yes, and my hope is that next to the sign, there will be a little plaque that explains about Miss Floria Evans. History. It's very important to keep history and show whom we're proud of, and bring it to the attention of new generations that mentoring is very important in our community. Thank you.
Okay, so.
That was a yes in summary.
Vice Mayor Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Robinson and Mayor Martinez absent.
Okay, thank you so much.
Well, on behalf of Councilman Robinson out here, damn, I guess I owe her lunch. I'm CJ, the other son, and she always comes order the food for her. I guess I owe you guys lunch for her now. She told me.
Yeah, thank you.
I
Okay,
forgot to give you guys the address to the restaurant. It's 1254 and 1252 Solano Avenue in the city of Albany, on the
okay,
corner of Solano and Masonic.
thank you.
Open from 10 o'clock to 7 o'clock. It's a
Okay,
Cajun restaurant, and we have Ethiopian as well.
thank you
Come
so
over and visit
much.
us. Good night. Thank you guys very much.
Okay,
All
we
right.
are moving on. So we are in the study and action section, and
Yes, item X1 is to receive a presentation from Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control.
thank you so much.
Eduardo is not here.
I
Can I say
think-
a word?
Sure. Well, yeah, go ahead.
I would like to thank Nola, who is representing the district, and I would like to thank Chris, who is representing the city of Richmond, and Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control District. Before him, I was there for many years, and we, people of Richmond, pay taxes for this very important public safety issue. So I just wanted to thank you for the presentation and hope we see you once a year or so.
Could you turn on your?
There we go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Banna. So thank you for inviting me here tonight. Do we have the presentation up? There we go. All right, my name is Nola Woods. I'm the Public Affairs Director for the Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control District. Next slide, please. And when it comes to the district, our mission statement is the Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control District is a public health agency dedicated to protecting the community from mosquitoes and other vectors of disease. In 1926, the citizens of Contra Costa County voted to create the Contra Costa Mosquito Abatement District as an independent special district, which is a public health agency, not part of county government. In 1927, we opened our doors, and we are now just 3 years away from our 100th anniversary. Next slide, please. Then in 1993, Contra Costa County transferred its rat and mouse and its rabies risk reduction programs to the district. Subsequently, we changed our name to the Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control District, and that is what we remain today. Next slide, please. Today, we provide public health services to reduce the risk of mosquitoes, of course, but also rats and mice, skunks, ticks, yellow jackets, and we provide an inspection and education program for honeybees. Next slide. As Councilmember Banna was saying, there is no additional charge for our residential services because Contra Costa County residents pay for them through their property taxes and a benefit assessment. So we encourage county residents to use our public health services if they need us. Next slide. As an independent special district, we are governed by a board of trustees. There are a total of 22 members of our board of trustees. Each trustee represents one of 19 cities within the county. Then there are 3 trustees who represent the county at large. And our trustee representing Richmond is Mr. Chris Dupin, who's here tonight. Next slide. Concerning the district services that we've provided, that we've received requests from Richmond residents in 2024. We've received 35 requests for mosquito services, 12 for mosquito fish, 2 requests reporting neglected swimming pools, 56 requests for rat and mouse service, 24 for skunk, 2 requests for our tick ID service, 6 requests for our inspection and education for honeybees, and 20 requests for ground nesting yellow jacket service. Next slide, please. So Contra Costa County actually has 23 established mosquito species, just in our county alone. There are more than 50 mosquito species across all of California. So when we're talking about your local mosquito, there's more than one. Next slide, please. So when we take a look at the mosquito species that are present in Richmond, the most common is a mosquito called Aedes dorsalis, which you see there at the top of this chart. This comes from the marshes during tidal events, can be found along the coast of Richmond. Now, these mosquitoes typically can fly up to 10 miles or more and are found during day and night, and that's when they are aggressive biters. Now, they are not efficient at transmitting the pathogens of disease, but again, they are aggressive biters, and because they can fly up to 10 miles, they really can get just about anywhere here in Richmond. The mosquitoes that are found at Chevron are Culex erythrorex. This mosquito is not efficient at transmitting the pathogens of disease either, and typically comes from ponds, lakes, and water that's full of vegetation, including tules and cattails. This mosquito flies no more than a mile, and usually a little less than a mile. We also have mosquitoes capable of transmitting West Nile virus in Richmond. Culex pipiens, that's a mosquito that prefers polluted or dirty water underground. So they are commonly found in catch basins and sewer plants, and it's another mosquito that flies a very short distance from where it emerged as an adult, less than a mile at most. And Culex tarsalis is typically a front and backyard mosquito laying eggs in anything holding any amount of water on your property, from a water bottle cap to a neglected swimming pool. So please be sure to dump out any standing water on your property and scrub the inside of that container to remove any sticky eggs. Next slide, please. So this year, we did not have any mosquitoes or dead birds that tested positive for West Nile virus from Richmond. Neither have we found the invasive Aedes aegypti mosquito, which you see on this slide. This invasive non-native yellow fever mosquito, you may have heard of it because we did recently find evidence of it in Antioch. We found the evidence of them at the end of September, and we continue to find more evidence as we continue to do trapping in other areas of Antioch. We are conducting door-to-door inspections there, and this mosquito is why our messaging has actually changed from just dumping out standing water to remove mosquito eggs to dumping and scrubbing the inside of the containers, because this mosquito lays individual sticky eggs. So simply dumping out the water doesn't remove them, And those eggs can stay viable up to 6 months. So if you put that bucket, say, from outside, don't scrub it, you put it away for the winter, you bring it back next spring and fill it with water, those eggs are still viable. And the public health risk of these mosquitoes is that they can transmit the viruses that cause Zika and dengue fever and chikungunya and, of course, yellow fever. So even though we have not found them in Richmond, it's a really good idea to get in the habit of dumping and scrubbing, because we are seeing these mosquitoes now in the Bay Area, and we hadn't seen them for a long time. Because they've spread around 24 counties in California already. And so now that we're seeing them in the Bay Area, we're really intensifying our messages and make sure people know to dump and scrub. For Contra Costa County residents who would like to request our district service, I'm sorry, would you go to the next slide? I forgot to ask you. If you find that you need any of our district services, please request your service. You can call us at 925-685-9301, or you can go online at contracostamosquito.com. My last slide is my thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me here tonight, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions if you have any.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the presentation, and maybe we can go to public comments first.
We do not have any in-person speakers. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council, please raise your hand. And we have no speakers.
Okay, so any comments from council? Council Member Bana and then Council Member McLaughlin.
Thank you for the presentation and great information. May I ask you to please provide one flyer, an image soft copy to the city manager to be included in the weekly report about the free services that you provide, catching rats, I don't know, yellow jackets, and contact information, and maybe a note about this harmful mosquito? That'd be great.
I can absolutely send in our general information, as well as we have a specific brochure on our invasive mosquitoes, so I can provide both of those.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes, so you're the executive director?
I'm the public affairs
Public
director.
Affairs Director.
Yes.
I know there's some kind of a board or commission. I think, Councilmember Banner, you were on it.
Board of Trustees.
That's right. When I was mayor, I think I appointed you, if I remember correctly. So I'm curious, who is the current appointee?
Chris
Dupin, right here.
Okay, thank you, just curious. Thank you for doing all this work and explaining it to us. I was camping this past summer, and for the first time I got stung by a wasp, and it was okay, you know, it wasn't a big issue. I wasn't allergic or anything, but knowing that some of these bugs really do carry these horrible diseases, it's important to know, so.
Yes, the mosquitoes are the most dangerous animal in the world. And
wow. Thank you.
It's
They
true.
kill the most.
Yes,
Unfortunately.
that's true. That's true.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, well, thank you so much for the
Thank you very much.
presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we are moving to X4.
X4. Item X4 is to receive an update on the Race Equity Action Plan and provide direction to staff on next steps. We do have speakers for this item. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand.
Do we have any presentation?
Yes, I'm here to provide a presentation.
Thank you,
Casey,
Trina.
you're welcome. KCRT, if you can pull up the presentation, thank you. I'm Trina Jackson Lincoln, project coordinator in the City Council office, and I'm here today to give a report on our race equity program. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry, slide number 2. The purpose is for me to give a history on the program, the goals of the Race Equity Action Plan, highlight and highlight of accomplishments and challenges, to provide information about the Race Equity Team and our ask of departments and City Council. Next slide. What is GARE and why is the City of Richmond a member? The Government Alliance on Race and Equity, also known as GARE, is a joint project of Race Forward and the Othering and Belonging Institute at UC Berkeley. It's a national network comprised of over 400 jurisdictions working to equitably strengthen and steward public goods and services so that individuals, families, and communities can live long, healthy, joyful lives no matter their race, class, gender, sexuality, ability, immigration status, or zip code. GARE strives to transform the everyday mechanics of local and regional governments. As a city council directive in 2015, the city of Richmond became a member of the GARE program in 2016 and established an interdepartmental team to carry out the plan. The team consisted of about 10 employees from various departments. We participated in a 12-month learning cohort where we were tasked with drafting a race equity action plan. The plan consists of 4 overarching goals with 7 to 10 action items. Next slide. We were also tasked with developing a racial equity statement, and here it is. In an effort to improve quality of life and provide fair outcomes for all Richmond residents, regardless of race, the city must hold itself accountable to acknowledge and correct disparities caused by a history of inequitable policy decisions. The goal is to integrate a racial equity lens into all services to foster a healthy and inclusive community for all. In 2018, the City Council adopted Resolution 9318 in support of systematically and deliberately applying a racial equity lens in decision making. If you'd like to read the resolution, the QR code is provided on the screen. Over the next couple of slides, I'd like to highlight some of the action items that were prioritized by the community during the forums and employee lunch and learn sessions between the years of 2018 and 2022. Next slide. The goals of the first 2 goals are internal work that the City of Richmond employees understand and are committed to achieving race equity. To do this, we need to hold trainings and have discussions with our department heads. Let's see. We plan to meet with department heads starting in the first quarter of 2025 and hope to incorporate their input in the second quarter by the end of June. We have held some training. We held Advancing Race Equity in 2022, where we trained approximately 50 people. And we also held courses in implicit bias, one in 2019, where 25 people attended. And actually today, this morning, where 26 people were in attendance. Over the next 2 years, well, we have entered into a 2-year contract with Race Forward from 2024 to 2026, and we'd like to train 30% of employees, boards and commissions members, and our community partners. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. You could go back. We didn't talk about goal number 2, which is community engagement. And this is residents of Richmond consider our local government as an effective and inclusive government that engages community. In 2022, we held a workshop on the spectrum of community engagement to ownership, where about 60 participants attended the half-day workshop. We had participants from city and county elected officials, the school district, community partners, and employees. Okay, next slide. The third goal deals with city services. City of Richmond is a racially equitable employer and promotes racial equity in contracting and procurement. Now, I mentioned that we had 7 to 10 action items for each goal. During our forums, we asked participants to prioritize, to actually review all of the action items and put colored stickies on the action items that they felt were most important or should be looked at first. So these two came to the top. Training on equitable hiring practices for all hiring managers, and to hold departments accountable to incorporate a racial equity toolkit. Eliminate racial equity barriers in contracting and procurement. Goal number 4, well, let me go back. In regards to goal number 3, our Human Resources Department recently completed a classification and compensation study, which made our descriptions and eligibility and compensation for different jobs more equitable. And we'd like to suggest that during the performance evaluations, we encourage managers to assist with career advancement plans for employees who desire to move up. In contracts and procurement, we recently heard that the application process can be confusing to some. So we'd like to have staff look at ways on how we can mitigate that and make it easier for vendors to participate in our bidding process. Goal number 4, healthy life outcomes are increased and racial disproportionalities are eliminated. The 2 top action items were equitable housing opportunities and access to healthy food in neighborhoods. Our team would like to work with our Health and All Policies team to protect displacement of residents and to help to have better access to healthier foods. And I'm glad to report that even this week we're having our mobile vendor program to complement our farmers markets that we have within our city. Next slide. Here is a highlight of accomplishments and challenges. So the City Council did adopt 9318, Resolution 9318. However, applying a racial equity lens hasn't been applied systematically citywide. We'd like to know how many frontline staff and department heads are even aware of this resolution. So we'd like to share it and make sure that staff are aware of it and doing their best to follow it. We did hold the implicit bias training in 2019 and the spectrum of community engagement to ownership in 2020, but our trainings are few and far between. A second session on the spectrum of community engagement should be held to apply the findings of 2020. And also, I'd like to, well, I mentioned that we now have the training series, and this is a reason why, because we want to be able to train on a regular basis so that new staff are brought on board, and current staff can have refreshers. We also feel that it's important that the boards and commission members are also trained because they're making decisions for our community members. Okay. We established an advisory committee in 2021, but we were only able to hold the inaugural meeting. So we'd like to reinstate the advisory committee and hold a minimum of one meeting per year, preferably two. We surveyed the boards and commission staff liaisons on diversifying the boards and commissions. We find that expanding notification of vacancies and developing potential candidates would broaden the application pool. And we did hear that the boards and commissions are diverse in different categories. Diverse was it was either age, race, or gender. So most of our liaisons, it's 22 of the 23 liaisons felt that the boards and commissions were diverse on some level, but agreed that maybe some younger candidates would help round it out and being able to notice on a wider scale. We've held monthly, well, one of our community partners, Healthy Contra Costa, held monthly community buzz cafes in 2022. This consisted of holding monthly meetings that focused on one particular goal, and committee members and participants were able to read the goal and actually give input on what it was asking, what it was saying, to let us know if they understood it, if they thought it made any sense, or if it needed to be revised. And what we did learn was most of the respondents said that our plan is too cumbersome and not reader friendly. Also, the community is becoming weary of providing input without seeing tangible outcomes. Over the years, we held community forums and incorporated input into the Race Equity Action Plan. Due to the capacity constraints, staff hasn't gathered input from the department heads. We think it would be a great benefit to include our department heads because they're the experts in their areas, and they can tell us if the recommendations that we have placed on the plan don't make sense or they do make sense, or help us to have a better approach that makes sense if need be. So we'd like to expedite the turnaround time of incorporating community input into projects and programming. The foundation of improving equitable outcomes for the community starts with educating city employees, creating clear paths of career advancement, and listening to their ideas of improving service. Next slide. Our goals for 24-25 include resuming the monthly team meetings with representation from each department, revise the racial equity action plan so that it is reader friendly with measurable outcomes, offer a race equity training series to employees, boards and commission members, and community partners on an annual basis, use a race equity toolkit to develop departmental budgets, projects, and programming, and also to hire or assign a staff person to solely work on race and equity projects. We want to reduce the government jargon, set timelines for implementation of action items, and develop measurable outcomes. Next slide. Here's a snapshot of what the Race Equity Training Series would look like. or what it is, advancing race equity in government, the impacts of implicit bias and microaggressions, using a race equity toolkit parts 1 and 2. This will actually give participants an opportunity to work through the toolkit and to actually, discuss with their peers how helpful it was, if it's a challenge, and to be able to have the facilitators there to answer their questions about developing their own toolkits for their respective departments. Cross-sector organizing and spectrum of community engagement to ownership. The spectrum actually shows us where we are on the spectrum of 0 to 10, 0 being that we only inform the community of what it is we're trying to bring to them through a project or program. Level 10 is where the community has been involved through the whole process from its thought, design, inception, and completion. So to that end, the community will feel ownership in the project or program instead of, just being told what's happening. Next slide. What we need from department heads. We want you to register for the training and encourage your staff at different levels to register. We would like you to assign a staff member in your department to serve on the race equity team and participate in executing team strategies. This will be 3 to 4 hours per month per member. To also create a buddy system within departments with staff who are familiar with the race equity plan to share with newer staff. What's upcoming? Departments to review service area in the Race Equity Action Plan to advise the team on recommended revisions, departmental race equity statements, and assessments. Next slide. What we need from the City Council and executive staff to establish a directive to prioritize race equity work to increase staff capacity to work on goals, create a timeline on benchmarks within the draft race equity plan, to assign or hire a staff member to solely work on race and equity projects, and allocate an annual budget to sustain training for new employees, boards and commission members, community partners, and refresher opportunities for current employees. Next slide. If there are any questions, I'm available to answer them at this time.
Thank you so much, Trina, for the presentation. If there is any question or comments, or can we go to public comments first?
Yes, we have 6 speakers in person. If anyone would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Speakers are Mark Wasberg, Pastor Nicholas Alexander, Cordell Hindler, Damon Brown, Alicia Simpler, and Johanna Guardian. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
A lot of big words. A lot of people don't understand. But once you try to get out to the public, don't tell me what I can't eat, what I can't drink. It's none of your damn business what I do. I could take any drugs, drink any alcohol, do anything I damn well please. But if you want to keep it in-house, then you keep it in-house. But don't try to force it out on the public, because you're going to have problems, big problems. I told you, man, you guys trying to act like a bunch of dictators, trying to tell people how to live their lives. That's going to be a bunch of bullshit for me and a bunch of other people. Like I say, if you're going to hire, you have to have some type of ordinance to, hire people. You could only hire so many whites, so many blacks, so many Latinos, but you can't hire all whites, you can't hire all blacks, you can't hire all all the other races. For me, this is just a bunch of garbage. I mean, you have no business getting in people's lives. So why don't you just go ahead and get rid of it? You always want to be nosing in people's lives, telling people what to do. That's just a bunch of bullshit, man. You people are so damn stupid. Especially the menace, she was over there turning her back on me like a piece of shit. That's what you are, girl. If it wasn't for the RPA, you'd be nobody. You had to join the RPA to get somebody, to get anything, to get on the city council. Just like Willis, without the RPA, you'd be nobody. You was nobody before the RPA when you got involved with ACE. Walking to the city council with nothing. Matter of fact, I even tore down your flyers you had at the BART station. Yeah, that's right. But you need to stay out of the public's affairs. Keep it in-house, do what you got to do in-house, but don't tell me how to run my fucking life.
Pastor Nicholas Alexander. Cordell Handler.
So, good evening, Vice Mayor Jimenez, Council. I want to thank you, Trina, for that presentation. So, I'll keep it respectful as I usually do. So when I was looking at the presentation, I'm thinking that we want to get community input on this because if we have a consultant coming in, we need everybody's input because if you look at the city of Pinole, they just had a community survey for recruitment for their next police chief, and they involved the community. So if Pinole can do it, so can Richmond because, and I will let the record reflect that I was part of that community buzz cafe in 2022 during the pandemic, and I was the one that had suggested that of hiring practices. We need to we try to be diverse in our city. So I'm thinking like a racial equity plan. I figure that this sounds appropriate and because like other cities like Berkeley has done it and because they're having a racial equity person in their city manager's office. And so I'm thinking that we need to do the same thing for Richmond. We try to like engage the community. So look at it from this way. You gotta get the community involved. When I say community, I'm talking about actual stakeholders. You need like the school district on board, the neighborhood councils, businesses, everybody should be at this table because it'll bring a lot more community in Richmond. So that's all I have to say.
Damon Brown. Press the button.
Hello, my name is Damon Brown. I'm a Richmond resident, being here 45 years since I've been on Earth. And I must say that the REAP is much needed based on the fact that the engagement. A lot of people come in here and they can come in front of you guys and basically put their opinion. You don't know me, so you would never know what I go through. REAP, engaging, is much needed, and it's much needed around Richmond, period. You know, I came up here and I watched the difference for the business owners and the housing. It's a big difference. And as of right now, I have just came back to Richmond. It looks a little bit like segregation a little bit, just based on the quick fixes, nothing intentionally, but for sure this is much needed and you guys should adopt it. That's right.
Alicia Simpler.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and City Council members. My name is Alicia Simplar, and I am a Richmond resident and a community member and partner with Healthy Contra Costa. Healthy Contra Costa worked closely with resident ambassadors to collect community input and feedback about the Race Equity Action Plan. The feedback collected in these community meetings was intended to help clarify the REAP's language. Community members expressed that the language of the REAP made it difficult for them to understand and felt that the language needed to be simplified. Our goal is to provide greater clarity for staff and to secure the City Council's support in advancing the work. We strongly encourage the City Council to approve this version of the Race Equity Action Plan, which has been updated to reflect community input. We believe that it is important to codify clear, measurable metrics for our city to ensure alignment with the Race Equity Action Plan and to make sure that it's sticking. Our vision is for each department to form an equity statement and conduct a department-wide equity audit in the coming new year. In order for the city to truly advance this work, it will require dedicated staff that are solely responsible for race equity work. We're in support of Trina and in support of the City Council directing department directors to engage in several steps. Number one being dedicate at least one staff person to be part of the interdepartmental race equity team. 2, directors attend upcoming race equity training sessions this fall and next year, and directors developing a race equity statement for their department. Thank you for your time.
Our last in-person speaker is Johanna Guardian.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Joanna Gurdian, and I am the Resident Leadership Manager at Healthy Contra Costa. I'm here urging you all to adopt the updated language for the Race Equity Action Plan. This version of the action plan was done in partnership with Richmond residents and includes the recommendations for how to make this document more inclusive, actionable, and intelligible to our community members. Please encourage city staff to attend the trainings happening and incentivize them by recognizing their work and efforts to make the city a more racially equitable city. Let's also incorporate actionable items, metrics, and goals to this plan so that it becomes a living document where community members can see how the city has advanced their set goals. I urge you all to allocate funds to pay for a consultant to work with each department to develop equity statements, conduct an equity audit, and use the equity toolkit they will learn during the training series. We know that city staff are busy and just simply don't have the capacity to move all of this work forward. So please, as you begin to develop your budget for the next year, allocate funds for an equity officer position to help move this work forward. We have the support of the new Office of Racial Equity and Social Justice at the county to help model and move this forward. I want to also uplift and thank the staff that have helped move this work forward. Ms. Trina Jackson Lincoln, Executive Director of the Housing Authority, Gabino Arredondo, City Manager, Shasa Curl, and Deputy City Manager, LaShonda White, as well as each and every one of you. Our goal is to continue making the City of Richmond a place where all feel welcome, secure, and proud to be Richmond residents. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers.
Okay, I have 4 speakers. I have Mohammed Talib, Kirby Lynch, a phone number ending in 7750, and Roxanne Carrillo Garza. Mohammed Talib, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, City Council members and others in the room. My name is Mohammed Talib, and I'm the Policy Advocacy and Community Outreach Coordinator at Rubicon Programs. I work across Contra Costa County, but specifically in Richmond, and I'm here not only as part of Rubicon Programs, but as a member of Healthy Contra Costa and the Economic Justice Action Coalition, or EJAC, to express my support for adopting the updated Race Equity Action Plan. So similar to my public comment last week, my ask this evening is to, number one, the City Council adopts this Race Equity Plan and reaffirms their commitment to Richmond to make it a more racially equitable city. And number two, the city codifies clear, measurable metrics for Richmond to ensure alignment with the Race Equity Plan. And so the vision is that each department would form race equity statements and conduct a department-wide equity audit in the coming new year. As the city continues to prioritize race equity, I would like to emphasize the importance of providing support and direction to city staff on how to move this work forward. It's important that department heads and their staff are trained in the importance of race equity and how it plays out in the services they provide to Richmond. In addition to the equity statements, it's important that each department develops their race equity assessments and action plans to establish their specific goals and metrics. And so cross collaboration between departments will be extremely helpful in this case. I remember last week that I heard there was a race equity position that's already hired. And so hopefully we can hire some more positions similar to that to help with this plan and to help with the capacity issue. So I urge you to uplift and support the city staff, especially Trina, that's been working on the race equity plan. And I thank you for the work that you've been doing so far.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Kirby Lynch. Kirby, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Dr. Kirby Lynch. Again, I serve as an Economic Development Commissioner, and I also am the chair of our Cannabis Policy Committee. And I'm just here to voice my support for the gear work and all the race equity work. When I first became a commissioner in 2021, there really wasn't much engagement from our city council. Our liaison wasn't coming consistently, so it was really hard to really feel like my role as a commissioner really mattered. And I think that's a general problem our boards and commissions have with connecting with city staff and most importantly, our city council. However, the race equity action plan and the GARE work helped me as a commissioner figure out what are really achievable goals that we can work on. And this framework actually moves things forward. And so the power of this is that when we hire the person for race equity, hopefully we can actually return back to the conversation about reparations. We did pass in June 2021 a reparations plan, but it's been sitting on that shelf. And so people like Ms. Trina and Healthy Contra Costa have been really activating community. And even I, as a commissioner, really appreciate the opportunity to have this framework because, for example, our cannabis equity program, it still hasn't really been a priority of the council. However, working with city staff with this framework and some mobilizing and really making sure that these things are taking into consideration the disparities. For example, the war on drugs, the impacts of mass incarceration, the lack of real people of color having true ownership, the fact that many people don't own commercial real estate. So these things just provide a framework for us to have like real solid conversations and to create those measurements is so critical. And so again, as a commissioner, I just hope we support this.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is the phone number ending in 7750. If you'll unmute yourself and state your name for the record, you can go ahead and start.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Nikki Beasley, the Executive Director of Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services. We've been a long-standing nonprofit in the city of Richmond since 1981, and I personally have been active in the work of EJAC. And I want to personally thank Trina Jackson Lincoln, Healthy Richmond, who's really been holding this work through transition and loss of momentum. And also I want to thank City Council Member Willis for moving this agenda item to the top of the agenda because there's so many people interested in this work. And I would like to say that after tonight's comments, it's evident that there needs to be focus on race and equity. I know there's a fine line between free speech. However, hate speech is when comments are made and directed toward race and specific groups of people. BAR should and can assist the zero tolerance to abusive and harmful behavior. BAR is also a holistic approach to support staff and the general public to feel included in the decisions being made on their behalf. So we as an organization and myself are asking City Council to adopt the updated Race Equity Action Plan and reaffirm, but not only reaffirm, but participate in their commitment to making Richmond a more racial equitable city and echoing putting funds behind getting the support needed to make this a viable resource. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Roxanne Carrillo Garza. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council members. Roxanne Carrillo Garza. I'm the Senior Director for Healthy Contra Costa. And I think all the previous speakers really spoke well in terms of our intentionality around this agenda item and really asking for your approval to and really your support in advancing this plan. It's been a labor of love for us to be working collaboratively with Trina. And we've also seen how difficult it has been for her to advance this plan, given the lack of resources. So I'm really hoping that we can both gain the support of the departments and the city council in moving this forward. And I'm very hopeful that we can accomplish what Cordell said when he spoke, which is having community at the table to really look at equity indicators in the work of our departments and have the community as part of that process. That is really essential to a race equity plan moving forward. So thank you for your time and attention to this agenda item, and I hope you will help us advance this work. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Thank you, everybody, for making public comments about this issue. And any questions or comments, Councilmember Willis?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And just want to say thanks again to Healthy Richmond, Trina Jackson Lincoln, and everyone that's been working on this so far. Equity is a real thing that we need to talk about. Like, everybody has different needs. We've all been impacted by systems of racism that impact us in different ways, and being able to have a toolkit and approach people based on what they need as opposed to based on what our implicit biases think or what we feel like we think people need. Building community and having those conversations, really understanding what's happening and having good policies that really reflect the diversity of our community and the cultural competency that is needed to interact with our community as we're hiring and providing services. So with that being said, I'm just appreciative that this work has been going on and some of the steps that have already been taken, and I am looking forward to seeing some of those goals that have been laid out in the 2025 plan for race equity come to fruition. With that being said, I do at least want to put a motion out there on the table that we receive this presentation as we already did and update our race equity action plan to incorporate the feedback that was given in this presentation that came from the community buzz cafes, along with the goals laid out in the presentation as well. And that's my motion and end of comment.
I will second that, and I just want to get clarity. So the goal, that what they were requesting was a equity officer position to hire a person solely to work on equity.
To start looking, part of that goal was looking into our next budget to hire an equity officer, because right now, Trina Lincoln Jackson, she's been doing a lot of this work on her own, but at the same time, she's also working for all of us as council members too. And to really implement this action plan, it needs like a dedicated staff person overseeing it. So we're not just, because Trina is the best person on the planet, we tend to throw a bunch of things on her, but she should have some folks to share the load with her so this can move out smoothly.
I agree 100%.
Also, she definitely gets voluntold to do stuff as well.
I agree with everything you've said. I just want to make sure that, for the sake of the public and for staff, so one is to hire an equity officer position so it doesn't all fall on Trina. Two is to request that the city manager direct department heads to go through this training. I just want to, city manager, does that register as something you feel comfortable with?
Yes, certainly. We've had discussions at our MLT meeting, our management leadership team meeting. We actually held it at a BTA, and they were able to, many of the public speakers were able to participate and provide a presentation to executive leadership and the staff are all committed and on board. And also, we recently hired a HR principal analyst that has been conferring with Sharon and Trina, and my understanding is that she will be supporting this work as needed with Trina.
Great, great. And the other thing I heard was that each department to come up with a race equity statement. So I think those were the things I heard, and that's implicit in your motion.
Yes,
So I
and
second.
I know there is an example of that because Contra Costa County has a Office of Racial Equity, and that office has been working with county departments to come up with equity statements that I haven't seen be reflected in this year's county budget.
Okay, okay. This is great. I second it.
Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. Of course, I fully support it and all the efforts by our dear Trina. Race and equity is very important. Every meeting we have about gun violence reduction, the issue of race and equity comes up, different aspects of it. Every discussion about gender-based violence, similarly, there are issues of race and equity, so it's very important. My only comment is, I'm a bit confused if the focus is more about educating city staff or seeing outcomes. And there was a mention of equity indicators, so I would like to see at some point some measurable outcomes and some sort of data collection incorporated into the process. So as Trina mentioned, we see some tangible incomes to better encourage the staff and public about it. That's very important.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I was going to also ask that because I don't see metrics. And I think like it's great that we are talking about that, but we need to make sure that we show how we are implementing these, and metrics are really important. And so I think like it has to come with the plan, and I feel like that I am hopeful that with a new person, like a staff that is committed to work on this, these are things that are coming up. Because like as I say in the last council meeting, sometimes here people are holding 3 or 4 hats, doing a lot of things, but then it's not like the accomplishment are not getting a greater standards, because it's just kind of like really difficult to meet the goals when you are just kind of like doing a lot of things. So I support to have somebody, and I just want to encourage that we will need to see metrics incorporated in this, and that we are following up when this implementation to see, okay, how near we are of the goal with measurable outcomes. So with that, if there is no other question or comments, Madam Clerk, can you call the vote?
Councilmember Bana.
My vote is yes, with my friendly amendment that measurable outcomes and data collection be added to the process.
Is that something that the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Robinson and Mayor Martinez absent.
Okay,
Can I ask one quick clarifying question? One, from listening to just the discussion, it sounds like it might also be helpful to have specific personnel dedicated to data and evaluation, because right now we do not have that. Like, we don't have a team that collects data as their primary responsibility and assists with evaluation. So
Yeah.
is that something that for next fiscal year that you all might be interested in incorporating into the budget?
May I say something?
Yeah.
So we at the Gender-Based Violence Task Force are having suggestion about having a staff that focuses on that and also gun violence reduction. It was brought to the attention that community-based organizations have no resource in the city. So I think it's an excellent idea of combining all that. So race and equity is not something in abstract, but it does have tangible outcomes in the community. So I support having a position, but the specific definition, let's wait until we hear about all the needs.
Okay, I just wanted to say that like we have really good outcome with the gun violence prevention with the ONS reducing 66% and closing with the lowest homicide rates in the city of Richmond. So we have some data that can look into gun violence prevention because the city had been doing that for many, many years. So with that, we will move on and thank you so
Can I
much.
ask a clarifying question because that actually did not clear anything up for me at all?
Okay.
The city manager, was your question about, I know we were talking about hiring, looking into the budget going into next year about hiring a staff position to help run this race equity work. Was you basically saying in addition to that, could we look at another
Yes.
staff person doing data analysis?
Yeah,
or-
data and evaluation, because
Okay.
I agree that because of our health and all policies work, we're actually working on our 10-year annual report now, so we'll have an opportunity to work with this council when we present, and the council forthcoming around the data, because we'll have longitudinal data, right, to look at our health and all policies work. But one of the things that has been, that would be helpful citywide is to have data and evaluation more broadly, because I think that would help us better track things and be able to report out better to the council and to the community.
Thank you. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that answered my question. I thought it was also feedback on a motion on not only looking into getting a race equity officer, not the exact title, but also in general, a data analyst as well, looking into the next budget. So my feedback openly for the record, it's yes, I want to look into both of those options, but I wanted to clear that up because I think I got lost in the discussion after that question came up.
Thank you so much.
I need
And thank you for the
clarification.
clarification.
Sorry, I need clarification. That was not part of the motion. Okay, thank you.
No.
No. Okay. Well, thank you. It's 9:23. We are
We're
moving
late.
along. So next item, two more
Next
items. Thank you so much. And I know that they had been like presenters waiting patiently. So we had two more items and X2.
Okay, our next item is item X2, is receive a presentation by Richmond Main Street Initiative on the downtown Richmond Property and Business Improvement District.
Thank you so much and welcome to the presenters.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. I just wanted to introduce myself, Lizette Zepeda, Senior Business Assistance Officer for Economic Development Business Division. I also wanted to introduce Sarah Wally. She's the Interim Executive Director for the Richmond Main Street Initiative, and she's here with a presentation today.
Also on record, my name is Kyle Lamb, Management Analyst with the Economic Development Department. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, thank you. And good evening, council members, vice mayor, city manager, city attorney. We have a presentation for you from Richmond Main Street and KCRT. Oh, yes, okay, thank you. KCRT, there we are. So I think you all can see the presentation, and we'll advance the slides. This is work that's been done in the past about 14 months in downtown Richmond. Next slide. Next slide. So the purpose of our downtown Richmond Property and Business Improvement District is to provide improvements, maintenance activities, which you'll see, special benefits to our parcels,
provide maintenance, promotions, business, and serve as the owners association for downtown Richmond for our properties. We've got about 37 properties in downtown. Next slide. This is our little plug. We use this a lot, the best time to be in downtown Richmond. And as you can see, we are very optimistic, filled with opportunity. We've got a lot of development that's happening in the surrounding areas. We're really about servicing our small business, looking at retail spaces, looking at the infrastructure that's already in place, and of course, we're looking at all the assets that we have, such as our transportation, and of course, engaging all of our community. Next slide. Richmond Main Street Initiative is going on 15 years now, and it is our equitable access. We are a resource hub. We're located at the Bart Plaza, right at Nevin Plaza, so you can see us right in the plaza there. We work very hard on our clean spaces. We've got a community garden that we maintain. We do a lot of promotions and marketing that you'll see, and we are very committed to our economic vitality and our community and the work that we're promoting. Next slide, please. As you know, we're a community-based nonprofit. We are completely dedicated to downtown revitalization and how we can really make it a pedestrian-friendly urban village. And what that has to offer for our small businesses, we did have a very nice write-up in the San Francisco Business Times on page 10. So we were featured there, thanks to Lizette and Kyle, and Nanette's team, so we were very happy about that. We have a very active board of directors. I think you probably know some. Diego Garcia, Left Side Printing. Dan Perry, he's the manager at Foods Co. Tiffany Turner, she is with the healthcare organization. Myself, I've been the treasurer for 8 years. Yvette Williams, who's with LEAP. And Cindy Hayden, I think you all know. She's the chaplain. And Billy Ward and Elaf has just joined our board. Next slide, please. This is a map of our area. We go from 16th to 6th and Barrett to Bissell. And all of these properties are part of our downtown improvement district, and they contribute to, through their property taxes, to have us do the work that we do in the downtown area. Next slide, please. We have an annual budget of about $237,000. This is our breakdown. We spend the majority of our money on our Clean and Safe program. We have 3 active ambassadors, and they do an enormous amount of lift in the downtown area, in our catchment area. Of course, we have promotions, marketing, and capital improvements that we want to be doing a lot more of in the next couple of years. Next slide, please. In the past, historically, we've done a lot of these programs. So we have the Spirit and Soul event, our Green Space Garden, which is down on Harbor and McDonald. We've got programs, education. We've had some pop-ups. We do Shop Small Saturday, and we are the fiscal sponsor for Taste of Richmond. Next slide, please. Our ambassadors are really the heart of what happens in our downtown area. You'll see them quite often. They are there during the week, and they support us, and they support all of the business owners and also all the residents. So they're very active. They've been with the organization for 15 years, so they're quite familiar in the downtown area. And they really are about refreshing, cleaning, and they are a supplement. Of course, we have public works, but it really takes a lot more to keep our neighborhood clean, to keep it safe, and to keep it vibrant. And so the ambassadors are absolutely key to what happens in downtown. We have a very strong collaboration with Public Works. We work on the app. We report things that are happening in downtown, so whether it be an abandoned vehicle or somebody that needs some assistance, and we have a rapid response with Public Works, so it's a really great collaboration. Next slide, please. And I think you've seen them. So we have Deontay Anderson and Mary Green and Joshua Ruffin. So as I said, they've been with us for many, many years, and are very active and very visible downtown. Next slide. This is the work that's happened, and this just is in about 14 months. So not only is it the hours of service, but you can see the amount of trash. And this is just keeping up in our neighborhoods that we're in, doing the weeding, doing a lot of the reporting of incidences. But it's again, the collaboration that we have with Public Works where we're able to pick up the trash, do some cleaning. We have a great system where we drop off the bags and Public Works picks them up. So it's really a big commitment downtown. Next slide, please. Here you can see us doing some weed abatement. And then we have Metro Walk 1. So all of this is in our neighborhood and all of in our area. So we keep it very fresh and as vibrant as possible. Next slide. Again, this is in the plaza and then also on the medians. Next slide. So we are a supplement, and we tend to go above and beyond with our teamwork downtown. And as you can see, that's our catchment area, 16th to 6th. And we do these services, of course, litter, rubbish removal, and oftentimes we've done some graffiti removal, and we've just launched our program for pressure washing the sidewalks. So we're tackling a block at a time, and I just happened to have met with BART today, so quite a few people from BART, so we're going to work on our plaza improvements next. So we had a great meeting. We're super keen to get started on that. And of course, we report into Public Works, so that's very important to keep the entire circle going. Next slide. Here we are, power washing. That was on left side printing block, so we did that about 2 months ago. Next slide. The community garden, if you've been in that, so that gets opened by our ambassadors in the morning, and that is a green space. There have been a lot of improvements there in the past year and a half. There was an art program that we'll share with you. The Reentry Success Center uses it. It's open to the public, so people come there, they have their lunch. We're hoping that people will walk from the mobile food vendors and take their lunch down there and sit in the garden. We have quite a few benches. We started to water it, and the grass has come back. We de-weed it. It's some beautiful murals that are on the wall. So it's really a lovely space. So we want to see more and more people in there. But currently, we do see quite a few people in there. Next slide. So this was April of last year. So some funding was received from Clean California Grant, and then we collaborated with NIAD, and we had a Heart and Soul. They built some hearts, as you can see in the background, in order to have a showcase of art, and quite a few of those still remain. Next slide. So this is the art program, April of last year, and of course we have the, it's not really an awning, but it's a bit of a pergola that's up. It's got some green things growing, but the garden is really perked up. There is quite a lot of green space in there, and we tend to keep it very clean. Next slide. Here you can see the teamwork that works on that, and you see a mural on the back wall on the west side of the building, and then we also have them on the north side. So it's also quite vibrant. Next slide. Spirit and Soul last year. So another great activity that we have downtown. We enlarged it last year. It went quite far down to the Foodsco Shopping Center. We had the car show, obviously, 60 vendors, quite a few musical performances. So we'll be launching that again for next year. And that, of course, is in the parking lot that is getting well used. So we're quite pleased with that parking lot. It's very handy for a lot of events and all the improvements. Next slide, please. Here's a few pictures. Of course, we had the chess tournament, so that was great. And we also had an outdoor chess program, and you can see a lot of the dancing and music. Next slide. We had a small business program. and it was first ever for a Spanish small business mixer at CoBiz. It was very well attended, and we will continue to do a lot of those as we go about activating the plaza. We're looking to do a lot of events all up and down McDonald, and educational programs as well as entertainment, so that we'll be able to support our businesses, but importantly, bring in new businesses. Next slide. We had the Holiday Festival last year. We're doing it again this year. It's on December 11th. That's at East Bay Center. And that will start to market itself out in the next 2 weeks. So it will be the typical Nutcracker, 2 performances, but we go out to market to all the schools, and we'll get a couple hundred kids that'll come and participate. Next slide. Taste of Richmond. So this was last year, and we were happy to be the fiscal sponsor, and that was quite a wonderful event. But this year, of course, it was quite nice with Restaurant Week, and takes on a new opportunity for Richmond Main Street to participate with economic development for events like Taste of Richmond. Next slide. We hosted a small business week, and it was not the kickoff event, because Sunday was the kickoff event at the city center here, but on Monday, so we did an entire day of small business development, and we had about 20 speakers and panelists, and they wide-ranging. Of course, we had Chris Horton from SBA. It was very well attended, a couple hundred people throughout the day, and we were very pleased with the program and want to continue to do that program. Next slide. Here's an example of some of the speakers. We really want to further this event because we saw a lot of great feedback from the people that attended, and to do even bigger marketing, but we were pleased for the inaugural week of small business that we were able to put this forth on that Monday. Next slide. Here's a photo. I borrowed this. This, of course, you know, is at Rosie Riveter, but it allows us to show the vibrancy of what can be. And the importance here is a couple things. How storefronts are presented. Notice the perpendicular signs, so those are very catchy. You can see them driving down the street, the awnings coming out, and of course the people and the bicycles and the walking, and how we can help in bringing that back. But a lot of this is having that activity and having foot traffic on 16th down to 6th and 5th and 4th and the neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So these last 2 slides are initiatives and forward momentum programs. There are a variety of incentiviers that we want to start working on that we feel will really dig deep into types of activation, start to work with our property owners. We'll inventory, we'll see what space is available. I mean, I know the space is available, but really talk to each and every property owner, collaborate with them, see what can be done in the short term on some of these boarded up buildings, like art. I have met with BK Williams for Richmond Renaissance, but really talk about what are site conditions. And while there may be long-term development plans in master planning and Nanette and Lizette and Kyle's team, but importantly, what can be in the short term and how can we really get some beautification going while development can happen down the road. Obviously, collaboration with the arts program. I have an idea that on 12th, I'd like to see a banner. Hopefully it would say new homes coming soon, but it's really about the opportunity where you have 2 city blocks that have just one green cyclone fence around it, right? And so when I look at that, I think, this can be something with some sort of artwork or some sort of signage, much like we see in other cities that do development, where they say something's coming soon, because it really can excite people to say, oh, I feel that there's something that's going to happen. And by getting some color on these fences and boarded up buildings and plywood, we can really get some activity. We know that there's a lot of city properties talk about what the future is for activation and how we can work on what the long-term plans are. We have some vacant spaces, not a lot, but we've been doing some polling about what would be desired downtown. Things like a deli, a diner, an ice cream shop, music venue, a brew pub, a wine shop. So we've got quite a lot of ideas from the public and the neighbors. And so when we look at what's really available, I think there are 8 spots exactly. So 3.5 in Foods Co., a couple on McDonald, and then a couple on Marina. But so we don't have a lot, but there's enough that we can really start talking to property owners and say, here's some opportunities. And then how do we maximize that, right? Talk to the property owners about their storefronts and cleanup. We do the cleanup that we can do. But you know, everybody wants to be proud of their property, so we want to be able to aid with that. We'll be talking to the developers. We know, of course, the developers over at Metro Walk 2, and hopefully we'll be able to do some marketing on our side, which is just under the tunnel. Potentially some, yet again, banners that say, new homes coming soon. Just things that can really get some opportunity and that people can talk about. And then we have the ability to market that out. I'll be talking to the Foods Co. Center owners and seeing what's, obviously we know what's happening there, but we really want the opportunity to see how we can help maybe bring some businesses to those vacant spaces. As I said, the Foods Co., if you haven't been in it, it is spectacular. It is, we're doing a photo shoot there next week, and we're doing interviews with them. But it's a wonderful supermarket. And it's got, you know, the fruits and the vegetables, and the alleyways are wide, and the shelves are stocked. So we're really going to promote them because you can have it all in downtown Richmond. So we're working on a whole marketing campaign for that. And the last slide are more things for us to do. So we want to work on a rendering, just like a 3D, not too dissimilar to the one that I had a few slides ago, that really has got some traction to it that can be representative in a wide angle lens of what can be downtown. So the mix of housing and retail and bicycles and people walking. Of course, our participation with economic development and what can be done at the parking lot and other uses downtown. Of course, we'd like to put some pole banners up. We think that adds a lot of color, especially the long, thin ones that really get some traction. They're not too intrusive, but they really, you know, the top to bottom ones, they really add some color. Of course, there was, a long time ago, made in Richmond, but we want to bring that back. We think that there are quite a few manufacturers, and I know the economic development team has worked with a lot of manufacturers, but we think that there's a lot of opportunity there for all types of products. And doesn't matter, you know, where it could be put, but just starting to gather all those manufacturers and see if that can be aggregated. Then we've got our outward marketing, so we're really ramping up our social media presence, and of course to do a variety of promotion for businesses, but importantly for downtown. We're working on a downtown through a new lens campaign with photos, so that will be revealed in about a month's time. Of course, we've got all of our cultural vibrancy. It's important to note, I know we see it a lot, but there are placards in the ground starting at Marina, and they're embedded in the sidewalk. And then there's stanchions and there's posts down at Harbor, but they don't get a lot of attention. And So we want to really start looking at those history markers to get some more attention to them, because they're there and they really tell some history, but we want to be able to market that. As I talked about, resident engagement, so we know the types of stores that people want to see. So hopefully we can add some value to that by talking to real estate brokers that might have some businesses that want to come to town, or small businesses that might want to open. And of course, we'll have our events and our community entertainment, and we'll continue our deep cleaning and our educational programs. So that's my presentation. Do you have some questions for me?
Thank you so much. Can we go to public comments first?
We have three in-person speakers. And if there's anyone that would like to address the council on this item and that is joining us online, please raise your hand. Speakers are Mark Wasberg, Cordell Hindler, and Jamie Purcell. We'll have 2 minutes to address the council.
You forgot to take the pictures of the homeless people living on the sidewalk there in front of the Social Security building across street from Food Co. Well, what about the lady that's been sleeping on the sidewalk for the last month? Or what about the crazy lady that's been walking around half naked showing a crack of her butt? Or you need to go up there down by 25th Street and take a picture of all the people hanging out at the smoke shops, or go down to 4th and McDonald, go down near Nevis Park to show, take a picture of these people hanging out doing drugs and alcohol every day. So you need to go down all down San Pablo, down McDonald on 25th Street up there by the 7-Eleven, all the homeless people just being and hanging out there, bumming money. You go to the plaza down where the bar's at. You can smell the urine at the elevator, or go back down to Food Co. Cross street from there, Social Security building. You can see a lady taking a crap right on the sidewalk. You need to take a picture of that. You need to take a picture of the homicide they had there on 4th and McDonald last year. I said, lady, you really don't know much about Richmond. I could show you some great pictures of a bunch of homicides and beatings, that I could show you the homeless people that's been walk around yelling and screaming like a bunch of psychos. But see, you forgot to take the pictures of these. All you want to show, how great Richmond is by showing all these pictures. So once you go down the plaza and see all the homeless people hanging out, see all the garbage that was there yesterday, which is totally garbage everywhere. I said the BART had to take one of the garbage cans away. It was so bad. So once you go down to the BART station in the elevator, and you can smell the urine, and you can see the piss stains right by the elevator. That's what you need to show. That's what you need to tell
Your
the people.
time has expired. Cordell Hindler?
Do I remember correctly? I gotta be respectful. Right, Pam? I gotta be respectful of my comments.
Cordell Hindler?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and start.
Yeah, so good evening, Vice Mayor Jimenez, Council. Thank you, Sarah, for this presentation. So one of the things that I have noticed in the slides is that I would have pictured the old downtown Richmond, the old one, and I said back in the 1940s, and I'm like, wow, this is a very historic property. And so one of the things that I would like to see there is that I've been trying to say this for a long time, like, jewelry stores. Like, if you remember when we had Milliken's jewelry, I would like to see a different jewelry store, like a Van Cleve's or something like that. And so it's wonderful and I have attended the Spirit and Soul event last year. I went and I had a good time, and it was like so many people out there, and it's just amazing what Richmond Main Street has done for our community. So with that, I'll give my time to Jamin.
Jamie Purcell?
You're bougie. I don't know, jewelry stores. Anyway, I am very encouraged by the work that is being done. I do think that there is a lot of opportunity. But the one thing that I really kind of hoped to see was a greater plan of how you're going to try and bring in some of the more of these businesses, specifically around, he was talking about historical downtown. When I think about that, I think about the entertainment spaces, the dance hall, the music halls, we should have more than one theater in the city. We should be having a way to be able to have all those amazing dancers that we have at the Dance Academy be able to have a place to perform. So I would have liked to see ways to bring some of that vibrancy that we already have in our city to be able to have it be on display. I think there is a lot of work that needs to be done. We are pulling the downtown from a position of where it was really neglected. But I think everybody else has, or maybe almost everybody else has seen, that there has been great strides in the improvements being made, that there has been a lot of cleanup done. There's been businesses that have been able to anchor themselves, and while not all of them have succeeded, I do think that it is encouraging to see the ones that recognize it as a place to be able to be, that could potentially be successful. And so I would like to see more ways that it is activated. I did actually have my lunch the other day at the food vendors. I think that was fantastic. Again, bringing in local businesses, trying to really put them forward. But I would like to see some way to be able to better lay that out for us.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers.
Okay, I have one speaker, Jesse Turan. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi. So one thing about the 1940s in Richmond, when the downtown was at its absolute peak historically, first of all, we had the shipbuilding that was going on in Richmond, which had a huge influx of workers. And secondly, at that time in Richmond, I would like to point out, there was more public housing in this city than any place in the entire country. We had more housing units available because we had to build them for the war workers. And because we had more housing units, the rent prices were a lot lower. And because the rent prices were a lot lower, people could go to downtown and they could spend money. They could spend money on entertainment. They could spend money at the shops because they had more money because the rent prices were lower. And so I would like to point out that the economic health of our city is directly tied to the housing opportunities and the cost of rent. If we do not build more affordable housing, and I mean even free housing for people who can't afford it, like the homeless people, you're not going to get a thriving economy. You're not going to get a thriving downtown area. So another thing I would like to advocate for is, since you're cleaning up downtown, give those jobs to homeless people so that they can afford to pay rent and make housing that they can afford. Trailer park housing, trailer homes, tiny home communities would cost far less than $700,000 per unit. And it would support our economic development as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the presentation. Any comments or questions from council members? Council Member Bana, Council Member Guedes, and then Council Member Bana.
Okay. No, I was going to say thank you for the presentation too. I didn't have any questions. All of it looks good, especially the two folks that I forgot their names that you showed in the vest. I've seen them around for years cleaning up that area, so I'm glad I can actually attach them to an organization. One thing that I was just going to suggest looking forward as we're talking about revisioning the downtown Richmond corridor is seeing if there's ways to collaborate with the businesses, just to do a volunteer days, just to get more community members out to be a part of like cleaning up the area, and as part of that activity, doing an envisioning for like what downtown Richmond should look like and get that engagement too, because then it's people actually being a part of not only the improvement, but also are giving input on what the built environment could look like. So that was one of the main things I seen, and it could lead up to like the next Spirit and Soul Festival or any events that you have happening that's just incorporating a good vision for downtown Richmond. So thank you for all the work in the presentation, and yeah, those are my comments.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you for the presentation. I do appreciate all the work being done. I have some minor questions. What incidents you were talking about? There was data about the number of incidents?
So if there's, if they see a car break-in or they see something that needs to be reported, typically most of the reporting is about illegal dumping. So, and in fact, the majority of that has been abated over the past 4 months. There used to be a lot of it over at, by the parking garage, the closed parking garage. So it's very minor when they do reporting.
Okay, and then there was a mention of nuisance abatement. What is that?
So that's if we've got somebody that is, let's say, putting their belongings, let's say, on the street or places where they're dumping things, then we have had some conversation about either doing a cleanup or we work in collaboration with them. But for the most part, we've had very little incidences. And as I said, we get such a rapid response from Public Works and even non-emergency police department. So if we see an abandoned vehicle or some of those camper vans, then they come within like 3 or 4 hours.
Thank you. And what is the status with food vendors right now? Do we have any permanently established there? Are they allowed? Because at some point, I remember they were complaining they were not allowed in that community garden. They wanted to have a corner of it.
For the community garden, that's something that we would explore. But if you're talking about MVP, we have over 20 vendors that have been submitted to county health to be able to vend on the MVP site.
Okay, and it's permanent or not occasional? Okay, thank you. And so what are the main challenges in your view? I know you have difficulty, getting occupants for vacant buildings, and what are the main challenges?
I would say the main, I find it the opportunity is that most of the downtown has been boarded up or vacant lots for quite some time. So it's not yesterday till today. And so our opportunity is doing the meet and greet with all the property owners, even if a lot of them are absentee, and talking about visioning for downtown. So while we at Richmond Main Street aren't doing the change, we are participating in starting to revamp that in terms of the conversation. So our challenges, we've tackled the majority of them, which is a lot of the street cleaning and trying to keep up with the maintenance. But that's on an everyday event, so it's always going to be there, but we try and stay ahead of that. But I think that the big opportunity in our headlights is the collaboration with Nanette and Lizette and Kyle and the team, and what does the development opportunities look like, and what does a master plan and an overlay look like, and really talking to property owners in the short term of what can we do with your space to beautify it while you're not going to be developing it from today until next year, but what we can really do and offer them, and find out what is something that is really beneficial to us. It may not be an opportunity for them, right? Let's say it's a boarded up building, right? But we will reap the benefits of doing things to those particular properties. So
Okay.
I see that as an opportunity. A little
Thank you very
challenge,
much.
but we have a plan.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other council member McLaughlin?
Yeah, just a quick question. First of all, though, thank you for the presentation. It was a lovely presentation, sharing a lot of good work that you all have been doing. My question is, I guess I'm going to assume, but maybe you could confirm, will you be coordinating with the group doing the arts corridor that, I guess they're called Richmond Renaissance? So is that correct that you'll be coordinating with them?
That is correct. I met with BK last week and her team, and I know that she's putting together their plan on their programming. And of course, we, as you can see, we came up with some ideas that we would like to see happen, in the short term, right? We independently at Main Street can work on some capital programs to implement some of that stuff, right? Maybe we can work on grants, which is what we do at Main Street, but definitely it'll be in collaboration with following what that is going to look like.
Great, because the arts is a big economic developer.
It's
and
critical.
it
I
brings
think
in
there's 20
business
murals
and such.
downtown, so we're
Yeah.
going to photograph them all.
Great,
So,
great.
yeah.
Thank you.
Any other question? Yeah.
I just want to say thank you, and my colleagues already asked the questions I'm checked off, but great job, and I look forward to seeing what you're able to bring to this organization.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Congrats.
I wanted to say thank you so much. And you mentioned the ambassador team. I think that this is a great idea, not only for downtown, but for other areas. And I think like we can look to that, to replicate more of that in other areas as well. Maybe in 23rd, and more, not only the downtown, but all the McDonald and San Pablo. So thank you so much, and we look forward to working with you again.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, we are 10. Yeah. So the last item on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Yes, item X3 is the presentation from the Richmond Shimada Friendship Commission on mid-year activities and projects.
Okay, who is going to present us this? Are you?
I'm assuming
That will be Jamie Brown, Chair of the Richmond Shimada Friendship Commission online.
Okay, go ahead.
I will share my screen. So good evening. I'm Jamie Brown, Chair of the Richmond Shimada Friendship Commission. The presentation I have tonight is intended to provide an update on the Commission's activities since our last report in December 2023. And as we approach the 65th anniversary of the sister city relationship between Shimada and Richmond, I also want to talk a bit about the history and the legacy of the relationship. In 1961, Richmond Mayor Daniel Hap Bradley and Shimada Mayor Masaya Mori met at the World Conference of Mayors in Washington, D.C. The leadership in Richmond had been interested in establishing a sister city relationship with a city in Japan for several years at that point, as encouraged by President Eisenhower's People to People program. Mayor Mori, who led Shimada through the post-war period of rebuilding, was also very interested in the People to People program. Formal invitations were exchanged between city governments, and the Richmond City Council established the Richmond Shimada Friendship Commission to facilitate the relationship with Shimada on March 12, 1962. The following year, the first delegation of Richmond Friendship Ambassadors visited Shimada, kicking off a 60-plus year tradition of in-person exchanges that continues to this day. They were met with great enthusiasm in Shimada and welcomed by host families and the entire city. Over the years, our two cities have exchanged teachers, students, business people, artists, athletes, and more, and shared food, culture, art installations, and even life-saving medical equipment. Today, our primary in-person exchange consists of 2 annual delegations of high school students, one from Shimada and one from Richmond, as well as occasional adult delegations. In March of this year, the commission was thrilled to welcome 8 Shimada Youth Friendship Ambassadors and 2 adult chaperone ambassadors for 8 days. And on this slide on the left, we have the Shimada ambassadors visiting a class, I believe, at De Anza, and on the right, playing badminton at Hercules High. With the help of many volunteers, we planned an itinerary, including visits to several WCC USD high schools, the Richmond Museum of History and Culture, swimming at the plunge, a visit to Fire Station 64, and more. This June, the commission sent our first post-pandemic delegation of 5 Richmond Friendship Ambassadors to Shimada for 3 weeks. And in the upper left, we have the Richmond ambassadors and their families at SFO on June 19th, ready to go. And on the lower left, they were greeted by their host families and the Shimada Commission in Shimada, Shizuoka Prefecture. And on the right, we have the 5 ambassadors meeting with Mayor Somea, who is at the far left, and other members of the Shimada Commission. On this slide are more pictures of the Richmond ambassadors enjoying culture and exchange in Shimada. They stayed with host families, visited local schools, businesses, cultural sites. They tried playing traditional Japanese instruments and participated in local traditions. And I want to take a moment here to recognize that while this is a fun trip and a life-changing experience for the friendship ambassadors, it is not a vacation. They have a full schedule from early in the morning until evening. They do a lot of public speaking and direct exchange with people of all ages and all levels of English ability. And they spend a lot of time at the edge of their comfort zones, which is often where cross-cultural exchange occurs. So, as you may imagine, preparations for our 2025 Friendship Ambassador Exchange programs are already underway. For 2025, we've set a goal to raise funds to reduce the cost of airfare for the outbound Richmond Friendship Ambassadors. We don't want the high cost of airfare to discourage students from applying to represent Richmond in Shimada. Also, we've begun planning for the 65th anniversary of the Sister City relationship in 2026. Going back to the beginning of the Sister City relationship, adult delegations have traveled between Richmond and Shimada for many of the major anniversaries on the 5 and 10-year celebrations, the 20th, the 25th, the 40th, and so on. The 60th anniversary of the relationship was in 2021, and it was not possible to send a delegation to Shimada, nor to invite a delegation to visit Richmond. In 2022, a Richmond delegation was welcomed in Shimada on the occasion of the triennial Obi Matsuri, which is Shimada's signature festival. Our commission intends to invite an adult delegation from Shimada to visit Richmond in 2026 in recognition of the 65th anniversary of our relationship. And I want to close this presentation by addressing why it is important to support sister city relationships. Sister city relationships are an essential part of a commitment to global peace and friendship. Despite improving communication technologies and social media, it is still a very difficult thing to do to make real connections and foster deep understanding across cultures. Sister city relationships, and especially in-person exchanges, are an invaluable tool for bridging cultural differences and creating lifelong friendships. And Richmond has one of the oldest active US-Japan sister city relationships in the country, thanks to the dedication and participation of many volunteers and supporters over the last 60+ years. Host families, chaperones, commissioners, city staff, and council members, and thanks to our partners in Shimada who are invested and committed to our sister city relationship. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Eh, let's go to public comments.
We do not have any in-person speakers. We do have some people online. If you'd like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand. Looks like there's one panelist, but I'm not sure who that is. Just can you call the online person?
Sure, it's Trina Jackson Lincoln.
Okay.
Did you want to speak on the item?
Yes, I just wanted to give my support to the commission and, share that they really work hard to put together a great program for the youth ambassadors going to Shimada from local schools and also putting together schedules and itinerary and host families for those that are coming from Shimada. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Thank you, everybody. If there is any comment, Councilmember Cepeda and then Councilmember Banner.
Jamie, I just want to say thank you for both staying up, but also most importantly for presenting to us. It's a great presentation, great history that I've gotten to learn a little bit about it through the past year and a half that I've been part of the commission. So thank you for that. You all are doing an amazing job. It's been a great time seeing the kids visit us and just seeing the community come together to learn more about this relationship. So I look forward to seeing more. So congratulations and thank you so much again.
Thank you, Councilmember Banner.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and most importantly, for the great work you do with regards to Sister City. I strongly believe exchanging students is very important. I just said, promoting peace and friendship starts at local and human level. So I really value your work. Thank you for the great work you're doing. I recently was in Japan and really appreciated their culture. As I said, there were no trash cans on the streets because there were some bombs and trash cans like 2-3 decades ago. As a result, the government collected all the trash cans. Still, there was no trash on the streets. Absolutely beautiful, absolutely clean, excellent food, very polite people. My only regret is that I didn't know whom to contact in Shimada and learn more about it. So my suggestion to you is provide some communication to the public, some information on city website maybe. So if somebody like me travels to Japan, they can visit the sister city. They know whom to contact to get firsthand information about our specific sister city. And I have a few more requests, if I may. The gifts from the sister city, Japan, in our Shimada room, they're beautiful, but I'm really getting tired of looking at them. If you could get new gifts, that'd be awesome. And there's a clock that has not been working since I joined the council, so that needs to be in working condition. Other than minor complaints, but other than that, I really appreciate and value the work you're doing. I loved my visit to Japan. I'm very glad we have a sister city there. And again, thank you so much for the hard work. Finally, on the way back, we couldn't find United flights. We came by Zip Air, which was like $350 per person. Awesome rate. So just about Zip Air for future travel exchange. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Councilmember McLaughlin.
Just to thank you for the presentation and for all the hard work. And I've often had occasion to engage with the students who come here as a delegation, and they're always so enthusiastic and eager to engage. And it just really cements the sister city relationship to have these ongoing visits from one city to a next. So keep up the great work. It's definitely a benefit for our city.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for the presentation and for the work. Moving on, we have the report of officers.
Yes. Reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports limited to 2 minutes per council person.
2 minutes. Councilmember Cepeda.
I have to give my report because I went to Cal Cities, and as we mentioned earlier today, great time there, learning a lot. There was so many, actually too many breakout sessions that you couldn't go to all of them, but there was a lot of learning opportunities. I have a lot of different notes that I took back, particularly in regards to the unhoused, housing, and new laws that will be affecting our council or our cities. So if anybody has any particular questions, let me know. But it was a really great time to connect with other colleagues from around California, and especially those around here in the East Bay and particularly West County. So that is my report from Cal Cities. And also really quickly, this past weekend, there was Arbor Day, and it was a great time there. I made it late, but I saw that the volunteers had a really great time planting a lot of trees, and there's even more trees to be planted. I heard about 500 more in several communities. So if you are interested, reach out if you want to start planting trees in the communities that the trees are set to be going into. And that is it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any Councilmember McLaughlin?
I just want to make sure I get this in because we won't be meeting again until November 19th. So I just want to encourage everyone to get out and vote.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Bana?
I already provided most of my report during my public comment, but
So
I
you
just
don't need
wanted to let everyone know that some of you texted me, emailed me, and contacted me about Keller Fire. You were very concerned about timely evacuation if needed. Just wanted to let you know that city manager is aware of it and is working. I'll be working with the city manager, with our fire chief to make sure we have all the notifications in place, God forbid, if it's needed to evacuate. So we are working for you. Just wanted to assure you that is the case. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you, staff, for being here with us, and have a good night. And I will do that. Finish.